stuff.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstart's Cruiserweight campaign begins!
I'm actually looking where is the second?
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Right after
Back to it, dancers! Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! We're just getting started! Keep grooving, baby! Dancers, take it away!
That's kind of weird. Nice places in there, but sure.
This is Caesar Clown, this is Gangsta Gastino, and this is Medicine Man Cedar. Three shockingly similar faces of evil that took us on a villainous journey through Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zoe, and Whole Cake Island. Quite the CV for a rather single and ready-to-mingle gas villain, but just how potent are his gases compared to that of the greatest antagonist in One Piece? Well, we're going to find out because we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video. This time featuring the guy it is that everyone loves to hate, Caesar Clown. Caesar is of course the main antagonist of the Punk Hazard arc, and he has a much stronger introduction as a villain than I think many people tend to remember. Although this might be a bit of an indictment of what he goes on to be, but he was such an incredibly intimidating presence while he was being kept off screen. Because we spend a lot of time on Punk Hazard before properly meeting Caesar, however his presence can be felt at every stage as we get to know Caesar by seeing his work, such as the centaurs scattered throughout the island or the gigantification experiments on children. And And with that latter one, even though we don't know properly what's happening at the time, this is a pretty disturbing and egregious offense for One Piece. Yes, One Piece villains do horrible things, but very rarely do they kidnap children, drug them with candies, and perform body horror-esque experiments on them. This is new and dark territory for us, especially since this dude who quite literally lures children with candy also knows that these kids have an expiry date due to all of the drugging it is that he's done. Under current circumstances, these kids have 5 years left to live at most, after which point Caesar says that he needs to find new test subjects. And this is just one of the many sickening passions that Caesar is pursuing. And we discover another when Nami and Chopper stumble upon what they describe as a frozen corpse room, which is one of the more horrific panels in One Piece because it very much reminds me of like a serial killer's den in a horror movie. And I really do think that horror movie is a good way to describe Caesar's introduction because everything we discover on Punk Hazard is deeply unsettling. And because we don't see who's behind it, it really stimulates the imagination in the worst way possible, conjuring an image and a feeling that arguably Caesar wasn't capable of living up to. But this initial feeling is also enhanced by the fact that our first few visual glimpses of Caesar present him as this contorted column of gas, which is both impersonal and incredibly mysterious. It's like Oda is trying to do his very best to remove all humanity from Caesar and depict him as a more otherworldly demonic presence, which I really like. However, because this is One Piece, Oda does balance this out with some of his wacky comedy, because in typical Oda manner, he takes this opportunity to draw something just real weird, such as when Caesar is sipping a delightful drink in this gas form, which kind of kills the demonic vibes, but it does increase curiosity. Because now there is a range of personality that we need to discover and figure out with this man. However, like most horror movies, the monster loses a lot of its power as soon as it's first fully seen, and Caesar is no exception to that, as his first full reveal presents as a character inspired by Cesar Romero's Joker in the 1960s Batman TV series. 60s Batman is one of the strangest things to have ever aired on TV, so it actually mixes quite well with One Piece, which is also one of the stranger pieces of media to have ever been created. And I can't imagine that this happens in the original Japanese, but in the official English translation, when Caesar sends the Yeti Cool brothers off to deal with the Straw Hats, he refers to them as his quote dynamic duo, which is what Batman and Robin are referred to. So we very quickly take Caesar in that much more camp direction, as over the course of Punk Hazard he's given these increasingly wacky faces and turns out to be a subversion of the maniacal science demon that his work presented him as. This is a pretty common switch up with One Piece villains. Oda likes to start serious and then flip the wacky switch, but I don't know if it works as well with Caesar as it has with other characters in the past. To illustrate, right before we see him in full for the first time, one final disturbing act we see is Caesar gassing one of his centaurs who's bleeding for his life, as Caesar is just laughing and telling him to rest in peace. It's a pretty disturbing scene, and we go from that immediately into this campy, jokey atmosphere with a pretty heavy hit of whiplash. And the rest of Punk Hazard is this constant back and forth between the worst person who has ever lived and this kind of funny slapstick comedian. It's like what would happen if Charlie Chaplin decided to be a vicious dictator, which to be fair, he does already have the moustache for. But what drives this clown man? Well, it's a complicated assortment of mental issues that have resulted in Caesar being a textbook narcissist. So much so that I bet you, sitting at home, could even open your copy of the DSM-5 and bam, there would be a picture of Caesar Clown right there. On every page, he has everything wrong with him. One of his most profound features is, of course, his arrogance, which is definitely not a bad thing for a One Piece antagonist to be. However, the best antagonists are always the ones that have the substance to back up that arrogance. Like Doflamingo, like Kaido, like Katakuri. And while Caesar isn't a complete Spandam Archie level dud in terms of personal substance, he still doesn't have what it takes to back up his own impression of himself. Caesar claims to be a lot of things, one of which is the most deadly man alive, and so he's trying to construct a weapon designed to efficiently kill as many people as possible. To quote Caesar, "The biggest problem with my last test was that those who were poisoned could still evacuate in a weakened state. So instead, for the next iteration of this weapon, he concocted a paralyzing agent. So once caught by the poison, people would be frozen in place and forced to ingest a lethal amount of poison. He went on to call this ultimate weapon Land of the Dead, and Caesar implemented it because he wanted to see, and I quote, hell on earth," which is a pretty extreme desire. And one that I think spawns from the beauty that Caesar sees in these weapons. It's not just about killing for the sake of killing, although it does does often feel like that, but there is a deeper scientific appreciation and marvel of every new development that Caesar makes. However, I do think that this aspect of Caesar is severely undercooked, which is why he comes off as a bit flat. But another title that Caesar grants himself is the greatest genius to have ever lived. And I've said this with a couple of other villains in the series before, but there is something extremely dangerous about a person of above average intelligence who thinks they're a genius, because a true genius like Dr. Vegapunk is smart enough to know exactly how much there is out there that he does not know. But Caesar can't see that. He only knows what he knows, and because he knows that and can't know that he doesn't know anything else, he thinks he knows everything. And in fact, Caesar has claimed on multiple occasions that Dr. Vegapunk is jealous of his brilliance. His. So Caesar is trying to prove that brilliance to the world, and it isn't going very well. Because just lying and lying over again won't change reality for you, even fictional reality. I will say I personally struggle a bit with Punk Hazard era Caesar, because he does often come off as evil for the sake of evil. Again, I don't think a lot of his deeper ideas were left in the oven long enough, and so there's not a huge amount of depth to what he's doing, and he's not trying particularly hard to do it either, because it's later revealed that he's been squandering colossal amounts of research funds to spend most of his time with, how shall we say, purchasable women. So I don't really buy that he's obsessed with pursuing the beauty of his science, nor do I buy that he's driven to prove his genius, because he casts both of these ambitions aside so flippantly. So there's not like a huge amount of solid substance to him, which may be appropriate given that he is a gas man. But in the interest of fairness in terms of villainy, Caesar also has his fair share of brilliantly sinister moments. In particular, there's a few close-ups of spine-tingling evil, like when he reveals that he was the one responsible for destroying Punk Hazard 4 years ago. Although these are definitely a lot rarer than the seemingly endless amounts of wacky face panels. But every now and then there is a glimpse of that little something. A something that I wish we got to see a lot more with Caesar. Something which is often present in flashbacks of Caesar because he masquerades as a caring person who only wants to help, and that's how he's able to generate such loyalty from those around him like Brownbeard, which makes it so heart-wrenching when that loyalty is unceremoniously betrayed by Caesar. That right there is a big plus point for a villain. What he did to Brownbeard, but I wish we'd gotten to see more of that manipulative Caesar. There's also some intimidating moments here and there, like when he's looking at Frankie's wanted poster and thinking about how he'll dismember Frankie's body, take the worthwhile parts, and then orders his lackey to preheat the incinerator for the rest of Frankie's unwanted remains. So he's extremely capable of being a commanding antagonist here and there. There are some times when he's on page and he just grabs you by the story nuts. But to continue being fair to this fictional science clown, I do think that a lot of Punk Hazard was very much outside of his command. Caesar is very much a victim of stolen thunder, as the moment, and I mean the moment, that Trafalgar Law is reintroduced on the island, it's like, Caesar who? Caesar who cares? That's who. Because in the snap of a finger, Law becomes the main point of intrigue of the arc. And he goes on to become a protagonist, but Caesar also has his antagonist role usurped from him, which happens the moment, and I mean the moment, that Virgo enters the picture, who is objectively cooler, much more proficient in every way, and has an extremely easy motive to get on board with, which results in Law versus Virgo being a much more climactic and compelling fight, in my opinion, than Luffy versus Caesar. That's why Punk Hazard is a bit of a weird arc, because it's not just Caesar. Arguably, Luffy takes a backseat as the main character as well. It's not just Caesar as the main antagonist who gets usurped. Trafalgar Law is very much the central driving force of events on this island. He's the man with the plan at all stages, and sometimes Luffy feels more like Law's second in command carrying out the order to capture Caesar. In fact, let me give you Luffy's exact wording for his motivation to fight Caesar. Caesar asks what reason Luffy has for coming after him, and Luffy replies, "I don't know yet, but if I capture you, something neat is supposed to happen." Which on the one hand I love because it's just classic Luffy. It's simple, it's charming, it's funny, it's fantastic for him, but it is horrible for Caesar's presence as an antagonist, because it's such a far cry from defeating Crocodile to save Alabasta, or beating Rob Lucci to rescue Robin, or even Enel, who Luffy fought for the sake of ringing the golden bell for Mont Blanc cricket. Every major antagonistic fight in One Piece has stakes for Luffy, except for this one, where he's just doing it because Law asked him nicely and maybe something cool will happen. And I would even argue that the Long Ring Longland fight against Foxy has higher stakes than against Caesar, because during Long Ring Longland, there were crewmates at stake during the Davy Back fight. And due to this, I do think that a lot of the Luffy Caesar scenes feel a bit empty compared to most Luffy fights. Not the whole thing though, definitely not the whole thing. Luffy does eventually kick into a much more serious gear after Momonosuke tells Luffy what Caesar plans on doing with the children, but this comes so late into the game. And in its defense, it does give us some very, very seriously satisfying punches, but by that point, I can't help but feel that we've already mentally moved so far away from Caesar, because Caesar's presence is minimized pretty much from the get-go. As soon as Law reveals that capturing Caesar is just part of a tiny plan to defeat Kaido. So we've always got that looming in the background. And so what we're doing on Punk Hazard all of a sudden doesn't feel particularly important. Furthermore, Doflamingo is consistently mentioned as the next immediate problem, and the moment, and I mean the moment, that Doflamingo was name-dropped, Caesar became woefully inadequate. Because Caesar hadn't even been beaten yet, and we are already focusing on our next antagonist. Plus, as mentioned before, even Virgo very much took that role from Caesar on Punk Hazard itself. So Caesar's authority as a primary antagonist is undermined in his own arc by no less than 3 other characters, 2 of which aren't even present, and 1 of which we hadn't even seen at the time. It's a pretty rough deal for him, and I also don't think this was helped by the fact that he's a Logia user. Logia arc antagonists at the time came with some pretty high expectations set by Crocodile on Alabasta and El on Skypiea, Kizaru on Sabadi, and Sakazuki at Marineford. And even though Caesar did use his power to get the best of Luffy in their first encounter by taking away all of that sweet, sweet oxygens, which full credit to him, not all villains get to that stage with Luffy, but by Logia antagonist standards, Caesar fell so dramatically short of what we'd come to expect. And as a whole, I do believe that Caesar has part of the Spandam problem happening, which is that during Enisobi, Oda made Spandam both the most hated person on the planet and the comic relief at the same time, and it got very whiplashy, cutting from him doing stuff like beating Robin to then performing skit comedy, and I view Caesar in the same way. Oda is trying to cram these 2 opposing elements inside of him, and it's not that despicable characters can't be funny, they can be hilarious, and it's not that funny characters can't do horrible things, because sometimes they can be horrible. It's just that with Caesar and Spandam, they both inhabit the very extremes of those elements, and they don't always mesh well together. Something I vividly recall about Punk Hazard is this horrifying panel of Mokka having eaten a candy which causes her to fall to the floor, cough up blood, and convulse in what looks like some of the hardest hitting pain in the series. And just as a refresher, Mokka is only 9 years old, and these are the experiments that Caesar is carrying out on her and the rest of the children. So it becomes very difficult to laugh at the child torturer. It won't always be hard to laugh at him, certainly not, but it takes a lot of time to forget who he was on the side. And the process that happens across Dressrosa and Zoe is what I would describe as penance, where Caesar becomes a literal punching bag for the next few years as he is tied up, threatened, and consistently mentally and physically abused by our protagonists, all of which is wonderfully deserved and hilarious. The crew abuse his powers to turn him into a non-consensual hot air balloon on 2 occasions. Sanji uses Caesar as his chair in order to make a phone call. Chopper uses him as a net to catch cannonballs, and Sanji even threatened to, quote, blow Caesar's head clean off. The Straw Hats settle into this cycle of beating Caesar up, and then Chopper heals him so that they can beat him up more. His time with the crew is very much a form of purgatory, and it's through all of this hilarious purgatory that Caesar is rehabilitated as a character. It's a very gradual process, but eventually he becomes palatable to the readers and watchers, because we like seeing him pay for his crimes. We like seeing him being beaten up, which happens every time we see him, which means that that sentence can just be shortened to, we like seeing Caesar. And on Zoe, he even gets a moment of redemption when Caesar is forced to remove the Roko gas that Jack used to attack the Ming tribe, although it turns out that the Roko gas was a weapon developed by Caesar to begin with, but this is played as a joke. What was once Caesar's most sickening trait is now a gag. And on top of that, he often gets drawn in with group shots, almost giving the impression that he's part of the crew, which really he kind of is for quite some time. It took a good long while before Caesar left Straw Hat custody, and at the beginning of many volumes, Caesar is featured directly after Trafalgar Law, Kinemon, and Momonosuke, smack bang in our close ally cohort. And by the time Whole Cake Island rolls around, Caesar is fully transformed, with the final thing winning us over being Caesar's conflict with Big Mom, because this is where Caesar ceases to be our enemy enemy, because now he's the enemy of our enemy and therefore not quite as much of an enemy as before. And now what we're doing, right, is we're joining forces to bring down an Emperor of the Sea, and we're all dressing up to do it. And mate, how can you not love Gangsta Gastino or Cedar, the medicine man on Zoe? His comedy just continues to build and build. And he even gets a second moment of redemption by being the one responsible for saving everyone during the Tea Party escape. And it's at the stage now where, in current events, Caesar and Vince Smoke Judge have been reunited to former members of Mads, and also two of the objectively worst people we've ever met in this series, and yet I am genuinely excited to see what they do next. Caesar Clown has undergone such a long and what I would have thought to be impossible journey.
Oh, the area. Oh, it appears. Okay, so I can join it. Until in 2 days, so right before the weekend, it might get a bit colder after the weekend. Well, during the weekend. So. Wow, it's still. This is way high. this is nearly unplayable, sadly. So we'll have to stick to some YouTube until raid starts. And we'll have to see from there. I mean, it technically is still like 2 hours, so.
This is Charlotte Katakuri, second son of obese matriarch Charlotte Linlin, brother of 84 siblings, eater of one too many donuts at one time, which is when he ripped his mouth open, and I'm just gonna say it right here, right off the bat, the best antagonist in the entire almost 30-year history of One Piece. And I'm going to take a painful amount of time to tell you exactly why, as we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the series in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video, this time featuring Mr. Perfection himself, Charlotte Katakuri. A man who had no right I say, to casually stroll into the series as late as he did, and to be anywhere near as compelling as he was. And as part of this video, I'm also currently wearing my Cat Ukuri t-shirt, available in my store through a link in the description, many other shirts as well. But because Katakuri is a product of an era that I define as late stage pre-Wano One Piece, he actually has a different introduction in the manga than he does in the anime. And that's because in the anime, Toei were desperate for all of the filler that they could milk out of the story teat of Eiichiro Oda. And so they took Katakuri and they inserted him much earlier into the Whole Cake Island arc, as he does have an ominous cameo before we properly meet him. And it's such a simple thing, but it goes against one of the core ideas of Katakuri, which I will explain shortly. But you'd be hard-pressed to find a better official introduction to a character than Katakuri in the manga, who we meet at the entrance of Big Mom's tea party, and his first act in the series is to kill a man with a jelly bean right between the eyes as well. And the juxtaposition of the devastation this man can inflict with the most mundane and harmless of candies instantly elevates Katakuri beyond any Charlotte family member that we'd experienced to that point, with the exception of maybe Big Mom, but it's a maybe. And so Katakuri accomplishes a lot in just 2 pages, and part of this is also to do with his unusually no-nonsense design. When I was reading this chapter weekly, I could not believe that this man was a One Piece character. He initially looks like he'd be a lot more at home in a seinen manga, although Eiichiro Oda's original Katakuri design definitely feels a lot more like classic One Piece, and also fits perfectly into the lineup of Charlotte's siblings, who are this group of very wackily proportioned individuals. However, my personal theory as to why this design changed is that during Whole Cake Island, Oda suddenly realized that he would need Luffy to actually overcome an antagonist, because the major antagonist of Whole Cake Island is Big Mom, but defeating her was out of the question. So I think that what he did right was visually elevate this original Pompadour Katakuri to be able to step into the role that a more traditional arc antagonist would occupy. Although very curiously, Katakuri is one of the rare One Piece antagonists who was introduced without Oda's classic ominous villainous shading. The dude just appears out of nowhere with a full design. And I think that's very purposeful, because thematically, as readers, we are not supposed to clock Katakuri. We're not meant to see some ominous being and be aware of it as a huge threat. No. A big aspect of Katakuri's character is to be able to see into the future, and the way he is written is to leave us as readers with what feels like a knowledge deficit, which is why I really like that he gets the jump on us. We're halfway through the Whole Cake Island arc, we think we know everything it is that we need to deal with, but then this guy, he comes out of nowhere to completely perfectly ruin our plans. And as a reader, it gives me a great degree of reverence for Katakuri, because even though I, man on the internet, am real and Katakuri is fictional, somehow he is the one in charge of this experience. And long story less long, that's why I'm not a big fan of the cameo introduction that the anime gave him, because that flags Katakuri to the audience as a threat to be aware of, and so he loses a lot of that surprise and narrative command that he had in the manga, because we as an audience are already keeping track of him. Those sorts of cameos are essentially giving giving the audience access to future sight, which we don't need yet, because you definitely know what to expect in the future when you see a lingering shot of an ominous figure. And again, with Katakuri, we don't want that. We need to feel that he has superior vision over us. And we really do need to linger on this because Katakuri is the future sight antagonist. Others have had this ability since him, but Katakuri was our first and strongest showcase of this advancement of observation haki. And Oda was able to use this as a great source of dramatic moments that we've never really been able to replicate with any other characters, even Luffy. Katakuri constantly uses future sight to give us these little flash forwards, and one of my favorite examples of this is when all of the Luffys pop out of the wedding cake. But before we see that, we have Katakuri in a state of panic because he's seeing it before we do, and he can't do anything to stop the chaos and danger that comes with this act. And shortly after this, there is a moment when Capone Gang Beige uses Katakuri's facial expression to help dictate his next move. He says that Katakuri is looking pretty pale, meaning that their plan is going to work and they should continue. And Capone Gang Beige then unleashes this incredible line: "You can see a bit into the future, that's all. But that ain't some special privilege. Everyone has an equal right to change the future." And that is one of the big thematic struggles between Luffy and Katakuri. Luffy proving these words that he has that equal ability to change the future when he's up against a man who can literally see into the future. But Katakuri also has a decent sense for the future in general. Even though he's not at that level yet, he very quickly comes to the conclusion that Luffy will one day become a true threat to his mother and his family, and that's why Katakuri makes the decision to pursue Luffy personally, which is very similar to Smoker's thought process after Logtown. And this leads to quite a bit of inner conflict with Katakuri himself, because it's easy to think of him as the big bad villain man of Whole Cake Island, but in reality Katakuri also fits very cleanly into the classic princess role as well. He and his siblings are trapped under the tyranny of their rather large maternal figure, Charlotte Linlin, and deep down what Katakuri is searching for is a person who can change the future for him and his family and do the classic One Piece thing of liberating a kingdom, which leads us away from Katakuri's technical purpose in the story, which is to be used as a vehicle to teach Luffy and us, the readers, about future sight. But the real meat of Katakuri is in the concept of perfection. According to adorable sister Charlotte Brûlé, Brother Katakuri is not just undefeated. Not once in his life has his back ever touched the ground. Legend says he stood up on his own 2 feet the moment he was born. He's never laid down in his life. He's a man who even looks down on the earth. He is proud, cold, and powerful at all times, the perfect man. And he was then referred to as the, quote, greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, a title that Katakuri created for himself purely to be able to protect his siblings. As a child, Katakuri's sister Charlotte Brûlé was targeted by a gang of kids because Katakuri beat them up after they made fun of his mouth due to the donut incident where he ripped it open. But after all of that, Katakuri decided that for the sake of his family's safety, he was going to hide his mouth and never show any weakness or flaw in any fiber of his being. He took on the philosophy of perfection for the safety of others. And as a result, Katakuri will go to any extremes to defend this image. There's one point in his fight against Luffy where Katakuri gets flung back and he purposely slams his head into the ground just to avoid having his back hit the ground first. So the mindset here is that if Katakuri's perfection is broken, then that leaves his family vulnerable. So Luffy is initially fighting Katakuri so that his crew can escape, and Katakuri is initially fighting Luffy for the safety of his family. It's a really great take on the idea of perfection. And antagonists who believe themselves to be perfect are often quite impossible to empathize with because they actively separate themselves from humanity. A couple of One Piece based examples would be J. Garcia Saturn and God NL. Each of them believed that they were perfect beings, but Katakuri is a character that we can actually empathize with. He is a character who uses his perfection to become more human instead of less. And so as readers, or at least as me, man on the internet, I actively supported his quest for perfection because he wasn't doing it for himself. There is a greater purpose and meaning behind this image that no other antagonist in the series has backing them. And I honestly don't know if we will ever see another antagonist with this level of sheer willpower, which is equal to that of Luffy. Although this quest for perfection has turned Katakuri into something that Luffy would never become. After Pedro sacrifices himself, Katakuri says, "What's with all you people getting emotional, huh?" Indicating that in the quest for perfection, Katakuri Katakuri has had to abandon such indulgences, and much of his character arc throughout his fight with Luffy is about learning to feel these emotions again. And in terms of perfection, this also connects quite strongly with the idea of future sight, because it means that Katakuri almost always has perfect information and can always make the correct move. One thing that really terrified me about Katakuri when I was reading Weekly was that he positioned himself aboard the Thousand Sunny whilst Big Mom was chasing the Straw Hats. Traditional villain logic would dictate that, we're all good now. They've got no chance against Big Mom. She'll destroy them for sure. Let's all go and do something else and get surprised that they weren't destroyed later. But Katakuri wasn't taking any chances, and I really respect that level of caution in an antagonist. It happens so frustratingly rarely. And later on, Katakuri also refuses to do the standard annoying anime and manga thing of just sitting there letting a shonen protagonist power up. The very first time that Luffy tries to use Gear 4th, Katakuri easily stops him and says, "Why must I sit back and watch you as you prepare to exhibit power-ups that I already know are coming? Straw Hat Luffy, let me be clear, I refuse to underestimate you." Which is really kind of trippy to think about, because despite positioning himself as the perfect being, Katakuri is somehow completely free of arrogance, which makes him very likable, but it also sets him apart from most One Piece antagonists who are generally undone by arrogance. You got your crocodiles, you got Doflamingos, you got your Kaidos, your Saint Satins, and the list keeps it goes on. They're all arrogant, except this man. So Katakuri isn't going to make stupid mistakes that lead to his downfall, meaning that defeating Katakuri can only be achieved if Luffy earns it, which is something that Luffy certainly understands when he says to Brule that he wants to surpass Katakuri at his best and defeat the Billion Berry Man. And starting from this point of perfection, Oda slowly breaks Katakuri down, endearing us to his imperfection. For example, early Katakuri often speaks in absolutes. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, he says to Luffy, "You will not leave while I am here," which isn't just stereotypical villain talk. It's a carefully considered statement of confidence generated from being able to literally look into the future. And throughout Katakuri's tenure as an antagonist, it is up to Luffy to change those absolute outcomes and to live up to the words spewed by Capone Gang Beige that everyone has an equal right to change the future. And constantly overcoming the future that Katakuri sees is what forms a series of very, very slow steps towards him respecting Luffy. After changing the future for the first time, when Luffy gets Katakuri off the Thousand Sunny by forcing him into the mirror world, Katakuri even says, "Well done." Not in a patronizing way either. Katakuri was offering genuine praise for the efforts of his opponent. And Luffy also confronts Katakuri's imperfections directly by catching him mid-merienda. And what's this? There's Katakuri doing all of the things it is that his legend states he didn't. Stuffing donuts blissfully into his gob whilst lying down comfortably on his back. He's even using one of the donuts as a pillow, which I love. And Katakuri himself refers to his behavior as sinful as he consumes his delicious forbidden donuts. And look, I guess he's quite right, because this is an indulgence in gluttony that clouds his vision and prevents Katakuri from killing Luffy on that one occasion. And even Katakuri's devil fruit abilities are used to present and then break the illusion of perfection. Katakuri masquerades as a Logia, using his future sight to make sure that no one can hit his mochi body, and making his opponents feel like trying to stand against him is completely useless because not even Haki seems to work on this supposedly Logia body. But once Luffy figures out that Katakuri is a special paramecia, this is a colossal mental win for him because it confirms that Katakuri is not in fact invincible or perfect, and with enough effort and willpower, even he can be brought down. Which is a huge break in perfection for Mr. Katakuri, who relies very strongly on his presentation breaking his opponents long before his fists do. And Katakuri also becomes a lot easier to hit the more emotional he becomes. Whether it be anger and stress at the beginning of the fight, or excitement and respect towards the end, the more emotions that Luffy is able to elicit from him, the more flawed Katakuri's fighting style becomes. But also, from their very first punch, it is clear that Katakuri uses his abilities in an extremely similar way to that of Luffy, and that Oda has deliberately set up Katakuri as a mirror match for Luffy, one that takes place in a literal mirror world, which I love because it's very rare that the location of a fight ends up being of much meaningful significance. But the mirror world, it is a very in-your-face, inescapable visual metaphor of the duel that is taking place within it. The main difference, as stated by Katakuri, is the way he uses his abilities is far more efficient than how Luffy uses his. And as a result, Katakuri is able to achieve a very tangible advantage over Luffy in every single area. Combat, speed, durability, strength, versatility, whatever it is, Katakuri wins. On top of that, he's also an awakened Devil Fruit user, and Luffy is not at this point. And so there is nothing that Luffy can do that Katakuri can't do better, which is also reflected in Katakuri's bounty, which is 1,057,000,000 berries. The 57 million was chosen because 57 is one number higher than Luffy's trademark number 56. And also for me personally, Katakuri's powers are more visually compelling. Sometimes to a creepy extent, like when he divided his legs into these terrifying mochi tendrils, and sometimes to a hilarious extent, like when he turned his whole body into a donut to avoid Luffy's attacks. To me, this whole fight is a masterpiece, not just of One Piece or of manga, but it's a real treasure of media in general, as the choreography is on point in each and every single panel, and all of the hits feel viscerally brutal. Every hit landed on either Luffy or Katakuri feels painful, but at the same time, each of these panels are works of art of their own, and this fight, in my opinion, is Oda's combat renaissance, and one that I don't think we've reached the heights of either before or since in One Piece. But this puts us in a bit of a rough position, because if Katakuri is just flat out superior, then how could Luffy ever beat him without it feeling like, bullshit? Well, there is one and only one weapon that Luffy effectively wields against Katakuri in this fight, which is the battle of willpower and reasoning that is taking place in the mental realm. Katakuri has an extremely tough time understanding Luffy, and whilst most antagonists probably wouldn't care, and they generally don't care, that understanding is very important for Katakuri, and trying to understand Luffy changes him. After briefly escaping the mirror world and then returning, Katakuri can't even comprehend why Luffy came back to the fight. He can only think of three options. 1, Luffy preferred death to the shame of running away and being a coward. 2, Luffy was prepared to recognize Katakuri's superiority. Or 3, Luffy wanted to work for Katakuri. But when Luffy says that he came back to defeat Katakuri, Mr. Perfection coolly states that that wasn't an option, because Katakuri has this perfect balance as an antagonist. At this point, he 100% believes that Luffy winning isn't possible, and again, somehow he's not speaking from a place of arrogance. He's not underestimating Luffy as everyone else has done before and after him. Katakuri just knows what the future holds, and it is incumbent on Luffy to break that. Katakuri physically dominates a good 95% or even more of this fight, and while he's able to deal some pretty extreme damage to Luffy's body, Katakuri never once manages to damage Luffy's drive and willpower, which I think is most potently demonstrated during this series of panels of Luffy taking a beating, but making fierce, determined eye contact with Katakuri as if he is still well and truly in this fight, which is a seed that leads to the mental unraveling of Katakuri, who just can't figure out why that light won't disappear from Luffy's eyes. And furthermore, Katakuri does start to panic and invest more emotionally the closer and closer that Luffy gets to using Future Sight at will, as Luffy inches closer and closer to being able to use Katakuri's own abilities. So the longer this fight goes on, the more physically overwhelmed Luffy is being, and the more mentally overwhelmed Katakuri is being. And also, there's a very key point where Katakuri starts to see a lot of himself within Luffy, particularly when Luffy states that his crew thinks he's gonna win because they believe in him. This is a hugely underrated moment in this fight, and to be fair, it doesn't have a lot of meaning until you later fully understand Katakuri's motivations, but in this moment, it is clear that the Straw Hats have the same faith and belief in Luffy as Katakuri's family have in him. Luffy isn't perfect, and in fact, he's just the opposite of perfection in every way. Later on in the fight, Luffy even starts yelling out a bunch of stuff like how hungry he is and how much pain he's in, which he justifies by saying that yelling all of these things makes me feel better, as opposed to Katakuri, who still has all of these feelings but keeps them bottled up in the name of perfection. And yet, with all of these unsightly imperfections, Luffy is still able to manifest that same level of hope, inspiration, and respect that Katakuri has gone to some pretty tremendous extremes to achieve. And so Luffy didn't intend to do this, but he is showing Katakuri that there is another way to become the man he wants to be. And in Katakuri's own words, after this moment, he was starting to admit that Luffy was worthy. And that is when Flampe happens. Charlotte Flampe is Katakuri's younger sister and president of the Katakuri fan club, which is a thing that exists on Whole Cake Island, and Flampe, in her quest to maintain her idol's perfection, decides to interfere with the fight to remove the struggle from Katakuri, because perfect beings cannot be allowed to struggle. So she interferes with the fight battle, and Katakuri inflicts a winning, decisive blow on Luffy. And rather than being pleased, Katakuri is initially furious. How absolutely livid that Luffy lost focus in battle. Katakuri actually gets so angry that the light he wanted to snuff out so badly is actually gone. But after realizing Flampe interfered, Katakuri inflicted the same wound on himself, and he does this for a couple of reasons. One, because Katakuri's definition of perfection would not allow him to attain victory via the help of others. If the fight had ended here, then it would be as good as conceding that Katakuri could not beat Luffy without help. And secondly, because Katakuri had started to identify with Luffy so strongly that Katakuri believed that Luffy had every right to continue this contest to fight on behalf of those who believe in him, the same way that Katakuri does for his family. That same family who just interfered with the fight, mind you. And as part of this, Katakuri also reveals his face and embraces his imperfections for the first time. When two men are fighting, the last thing I need is some half-assed assistance. If you're gonna laugh at that idiot, then laugh at me too. A very emotional outburst as Katakuri gets closer and closer to taking on Luffy's mental characteristics, whilst Luffy gets closer and closer to learning how to use Katakuri's abilities. And as time goes on, this becomes far less of a protagonist versus antagonist affair, but more of a protagonist versus protagonist fight, which is an extremely impressive accomplishment that I don't think anyone else in this video series can claim. The fact that Katakuri was a solid enough character to rival Luffy in his own story and make me root for him every bit as much as I did for Luffy. It really is a perfect example of how a good battle manga is written, which is to use fights to develop characters. And Katakuri is a character developed to perfection almost exclusively through this one fight battle. Plus, antagonists that bring out a new Luffy transformation always have a very special place in One Piece history, which is why against all odds people still have vivid memories of Bluno, because he was the first person who Luffy used Gear 2nd against, as well as Rob Lucci with Gear 3rd, Doflamingo with 4th, now Katakuri with Snake Man, and in the future, Kaido with Gear 5th. But in this case, we have Snake Man, a bespoke power-up designed for Luffy to specifically deal with Katakuri. It involves sacrificing most of the strength offered by Gear 4th and instead focusing on speed and reach. Luffy was purposely trying to combat Future Sight by designing an attack that would eventually hit, and so the pressure was put on Katakuri to continuously use Future Sight to dodge these impossibly fast homing fists coming at him from otherwise unpredictable directions. And even then, it was not enough to bring Katakuri down. All of Luffy's immense physical process is still overcome by this man. And so this fight reaches a conclusion that's still debated to this very day, as Luffy gets up one last time and Katakuri deliberately falls onto his back, conceding the fight, as well as conceding his own legend and accepting his imperfection. So there's an argument to say that Katakuri could have physically continued, and I do think that if he was driven enough, he could have beaten Luffy. But that's not the point of this ending. The point is that by this stage, Katakuri had undergone a full character arc from antagonist to protagonist, and rather than seeing Luffy as a threat to his family, Katakuri began to see Luffy as the hope for his family, as someone who could continue to evolve, defy the foreseeable future, and one day return to Whole Cake Island to liberate the Charlotte siblings from Big Mom. So Katakuri had no reason left to fight. In fact, he now had an active investment in Luffy's safety and subsequent escape from Whole Cake Island, which is such a wonderfully unique way for a One Piece fight to end. Almost every other antagonist is knocked unconscious by some big final attack, which is usually, but not always, fist-based. But this fight ended in mutual respect, as shown by Luffy covering Katakuri's face before leaving, as both of them achieved what they needed. And in retrospect, something else very notable about Katakuri is that this is the last great pre-Gear 5th fight, as Gear 5th has very much changed Luffy's dynamic with subsequent antagonists, which is a balance that I think Oda is still trying to find between that maximum freedom and actually being able to give Luffy a challenge. But I don't think we will ever see another fight like Luffy versus Katakuri in One Piece again. This was the peak of a very specific era that no longer exists. And furthermore, this fight was one of Luffy's longest, as it took 12 hours in world, meaning that it took Luffy infinitely longer to beat Katakuri than it did to beat Kaido, which we know because a lot of the Kaido fight is timed the moment he lifts up Onigashima, and there there is a point where it gets contained to within a window of 5 minutes. So the entire raid on Onigashima, including Kaido's defeat, was only a couple of hours at most. And Katakuri's legacy continues well beyond his tenure, as every time Future Sight comes up, I am reminded of the groundwork laid by Katakuri and the rewards that Luffy fought his absolute hardest to obtain, such as during the Udon prison segment of Wano, where Luffy stopped Babanuki's Excite shot because he saw a quote, pretty bad future. Small moments like that have so much weight behind them, and that is all thanks to Katakuri. And this is also a legacy that has not gone unrewarded by fans. In the World Top 100 character poll, Katakuri was voted by One Piece fans all around the world as the 14th most popular character out of well over 1,000 choices, making him officially the most popular antagonist in all of One Piece. His nearest rivals were Crocodile in 17th place and Doflamingo in 20th. However, after that, you need to go all the way to 43rd and 46th place to even find another antagonist in the top 50, being Rob Lucci and Blackbeard respectively. Only five antagonists crack the top 50, and Katakuri was the only one to come within striking distance of the top 10. Katakuri is just a character on a different level, carrying out such a flawless antagonist arc that he set an impossibly high standard that I don't think any other had reached before or since. Mr. Imperfect turns out to be the perfect antagonist to me, and I don't think that S tier accurately defines just how well Katakuri 2 years ago. One of the most accomplished antagonists in all of One Piece, who built an underground empire that made even the world government bend their knee to him. He was untouchable, which is why it was very surprising when he did indeed get touched. This is the rise and fall of one of the greatest empires in this world, helmed by a man who is an icon of One Piece, to the point where if you've never seen or read the series before, you've still probably seen him at some point. That's just how much Doflamingo has been elevated to a cultural icon. So what I want to know is, how did Oda manage to achieve this, and how does Doflamingo compare to other brilliantly written One Piece villains? Because we're on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video, this time featuring the heavenly demon himself, Doflamingo. Also, this video is sponsored by World of Tanks, the free-to-play armored warfare extravaganza. Me. And I'd like to start with Doflamingo's strongest feature as an antagonist in my opinion, which is his compelling persona. What makes Doflamingo immediately stand out is that he does not that, and that his appearances were used so sparingly for the vast majority of the series. Doflamingo was first introduced in chapter 233, attending a meeting to, rather ironically, discuss Crocodile's replacement, which is funny because Doflamingo would go on to essentially become the post-time skip Crocodile and thus his replacement. So thinking about it, he was the right person to be at that meeting. But Doflamingo strolled confidently into the story, swinging a thick with so many seas bounty of 340 million berries. And after this grand introduction, he took a year and a half off, reappearing in chapter 303, where after Skypiea, we discover that Doflamingo was the man backing Bellamy, and that he had a rather sinister plan for some sort of vaguely defined new age. Lots of words there, lots of work there, so much so that Doflamingo then took a 5-year hiatus after this. His next appearance was frustratingly almost exactly 200 chapters later, in 504, when it was revealed that he was the owner of the human auction house on Sabati, and that maybe, just maybe, we should be paying attention to all of these smiley faces that we keep seeing pop up all over the One Piece world, because they all seem to lead back to Doflamingo. All of a sudden, 6 years into this journey, we were starting to seriously build some momentum behind this curiosity snowball. I also love this scene in the anime because Doflamingo is just chilling on a prototype Dressrosa, which is this humble little beach, and they've got him in a cheap motel chair. But when the actual Dressrosa comes around, Doflamingo's living situation has been upgraded to a mansion and a mega couch. But for now, in 2009, Doflamingo participated in the Paramount War, and he had some highlights but remained a tantalizingly unexplored combatant. And it wouldn't be until 3 years after that, in chapter 682 titled Puppet Master, where it becomes clear that finally, literally a decade after he was first introduced, that it was time to explore Doflamingo. In terms of build-up, Doflamingo got more seed time than the vast majority of manga series have to publish their entire story. And even compared to other great One Piece villains, let's say Crocodile. Crocodile had about 30 chapters of sweet mystery before we got to tackle him, so that's a little over half a year of publishing time back then, whereas Doflamingo had 20 times that amount of time to seed his presence within the One Piece world, which was done masterfully by Oda. Even though across 10 years he rarely appeared, you could still feel his presence in the world, and you knew knew that he was a big deal. The mystery aspect of Doflamingo is unmatched by any One Piece antagonist. You could maybe make an argument for the Five Elder Stars or Imu, but nobody has been as immediately gripping as Doflamingo. And after all that time, Doflamingo had the audacity to live up to the hype. From the moment the Dressrosa arc began until this very day, Doflamingo has never ranked outside the top 20 of an officially conducted character popularity poll. And to put that into some perspective, there's over 1,000 characters in One Piece who are eligible for such polls. So for Doflamingo to remain so consistently within that top 2%, it means that even though he does very bad things, he's doing those bad things very rightly. And one of those right things is being a villain with an understandable motivation. Don't confuse understandable with empathetic. I understand why Doflamingo is the way he is, because he was raised as a world noble. He was indoctrinated to the point where it became ingrained into his life's philosophy. I understand that, but I don't empathize with it, and I don't need to. All I need to know is that every action he takes is performed with the core belief that he is a superior being above those that he's forced to congregate with. Which is why I can also forgive a lot of Doflamingo's poor decision making during the Dressrosa arc, because that's just who he is. Someone with such an ingrained superiority complex is not going to plan for an event where his schemes are thwarted, because the idea of that happening never even enters his mind, which makes him fascinating because he's so smart and so dumb at the same time. An example that I like to point out is that time when Doflamingo tried to kill Fujitora. He attacks the Marine Admiral and says, "Hee, I could have sworn I just heard you say, 'Get rid of me right now while you have the chance, Doflamingo.'" And the arrogance on his face to think that he could take on a Marine Admiral and that even if he could, he'd be able to get away with it. But here's the thing, right? Doflamingo, he thinks he's being smart. He thinks he's reading Fujitora's subtle intent and then decides to get in with the first strike. And whilst those are the general, obviously portrayed vibes of Fujitora, what this Marine Admiral is doing is playing a game of political chess, whilst Doflamingo is at the child's table playing fictional pirate checkers. Doflamingo is a man of above average intelligence who thinks he's a genius. And that's why his plan works for me. In case you don't remember, Doflamingo's ultimate goal was something world domination. He was going to use Trafalgar Law's Devil Fruit in combination with the mysterious national treasure, which would equal him being the best flamingo boy and crowned ruler of the world somehow. It really is that vague because at the time of this recording, we still don't have confirmation on what that national treasure is. But I despise world domination, both in concept and when it's used as a motivation. I just think it's such a boring way to write a villain. However, this is a case where it works, because it was established from birth that this world is Doflamingo's plaything. That's his right as a world noble, and because he was taken away from their society at such a young age, Doflamingo doesn't really have any concept of equality. He's never lived with his peers, his fellow esteemed world nobles. All horrible people, but horrible people who all respect one another. From Doflamingo's perspective, he's never had that equal. He's always been the special one in every scenario, and so of course he believes that the only natural goal for him is to rule the world, because he's the only one with the right to do it. The only extended contact he had with a fellow world noble was his younger brother Rocinante. However, Doflamingo was very protective of him and took on a senior leadership role. So what is usually a bit of a narratively bankrupt goal is actually the only natural conclusion that Doflamingo could have come to. It sounds stupid, so stupid, but it makes so much sense with him. And that's why it becomes so satisfying to watch Doflamingo bury himself in a grave dug by his own decisions. But there is also a very important, just a little bit of shred of sympathy to be had with Doflamingo. We even get a flashback dedicated to him specifically, and it's quite tragic, because Doflamingo's family were hunted, tortured, his mother died of illness, and all of it was objectively his father's fault. Although I can't quite get to the point where I can transform that sympathy into empathy. I am not an emotional alchemist. Because the thing is, if he'd stayed on Marijwa and everything was fine, he'd become a full world noble and then he'd be causing untold horror to others. But a life of crime is also a very natural path for Doflamingo. From his perspective, the moment he was cast out of Marijwa, he was amongst the lowest of the low. All humans are scum. There are no clean humans. So joining the underworld to him is no different from living a peaceful life in a crime-free town. Basically, everything about Doflamingo, it just clicks. I've never had the feeling that he's done something out of character, which I have had with a few One Piece antagonists, which we'll eventually get to. But all of his decisions, whether they're good or bad decisions, makes complete sense for who and what he is. And so Doflamingo feels a lot less like a drawing in a fictional pirate comic and more like a living, breathing presence. And that's only enhanced by his brilliant aesthetic design. Doflamingo's design is very loud and eye-grabbing, to say the least. It commands your attention through the power of bold fashion choices, and I love the fact that he wears sunglasses. So long as there's a well-written character behind them, sunglasses always contribute to this beautiful air of mystery, because it gives you the feeling that something is always being hidden from you. There's always this physical barrier between you and the character, and so you can't quite connect with them. Doflamingo isn't a tangible character that you can grab onto and understand. All you see is the facade that he chooses to portray. And I do think it says a lot that the iconic moment of Doflamingo's defeat is capped off by seeing those sunglasses broken. How many other One Piece villains have this kind of object? Crocodile's hook is pretty iconic, so is Katakuri's scarf, but neither of them hold anywhere near close to the same symbolic weight as these sunglasses. It's such powerful branding. You can give anyone or anything a pair of these sunglasses and bam, they're Doflamingo. You can feel his persona through these glasses alone. Whether you be me, my wife, or my dog, we are all Flamingo. And you can even get yourself a Dog Flamingo shirt at storegLR.com. But there is a point in the series where we do see one of Doflamingo's eyes, and there's nothing particularly remarkable about it. I honestly question whether or not Oda should have shown that eye at all, but I'm really glad he never chose to show both of them, because Doflamingo would probably end up looking something like this and completely kill the mystery factor. Also, a big part of Doflamingo's persona is smiling. He's almost always shown smiling, which really adds to the sinister vibes, because it just makes you ask yourself, what kind of sick crap is he thinking at all times to make himself smile like that? I don't know. I don't want to know. Maybe I want to know, but it's probably not good. And really, in the end, you can never know for sure because he has such a surprising emotional range. What I love most—
Why am I still on the Katakuri thing? Like, the fuck, I'm already a video further than that.
about Doflamingo is that range of personality, because many of the world nobles are very one note. They're bad for the sake of being bad. Whereas Doflamingo is admittedly a horrendous person, but he does have these selective moments of intriguing humanity. And actually, Doflamingo quite perfectly explains his own feelings in chapter 747. I lost my mother when I was 8 and killed my father when I was 10. The officers in my service are family who have been with me through thick and thin. They're all I have, and I do not forgive those who laugh at my family. Is that understood? You know, if you read that quote and that quote alone, you might mistake Doflamingo for a protagonist, because that level of family bond, minus the parent killing, is really what you'd expect of, say, Luffy and the Straw Hats, although that's where Doflamingo's feelings cease. If you're outside of the officer class, then you're just, more human trash to him. But the fact that a villain of Doflamingo's scale is even allowed to have emotions on a similar level to how Luffy feels about his crew is endlessly fascinating and creates a lot of compelling dynamics. For example, on Punk Hazard, Doflamingo is quite saddened when he has to ask Monet to die for him. It's an intriguing clash of that world noble ideology versus the human connections he's built. Doflamingo formed a real, genuine bond with Monet, but because of his world noble heritage, he still has to see her as disposable. And it leads to this amazing scene where Doflamingo admits he made a mistake. He says, "I've misread the situation. I've done a terrible thing to you all." And then he has to ask Monet to give her life to fix it. And she's more than willing to do it. In fact, she predicted that Doflamingo would ask this. That kind of antagonist crew bond is so rare. And sadly, even going forward in One Piece, we almost never see it. But in a series with such a heavy focus on friendship and found family, I love seeing a villain who is carried by his crew, nay his family, in the same way that Luffy is carried by the Straw Hats. Overall, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a more compelling antagonist than Doflamingo. Every time he's on page or on screen, he completely steals the show. And really, when I think of the Dressrosa arc, I think of Doflamingo. So much happened during that arc, but it's all characterized under him. So he receives full marks for compelling persona and understandable motivation, but what we need to look at next is threat level. And this one's very simple. If the main villain doesn't pose some kind of threat, then what is even the point of having them? And Doflamingo is timed to perfection in One Piece because he's Luffy's first big challenge in the post-time skip era, much like how Crocodile was Luffy's first big challenge in the pre-time skip era. And when it came down to it, anything Luffy could throw, Doflamingo could take. Doflamingo strolled into this conflict with all 3 types of Haki, including the very special Some Conqueror's Haki, as well as an awakened Devil Fruit. And I want to make this clear, not even Gear 4th Luffy could beat him. Luffy was unable to put down Doflamingo before his time in the form was up, and it was the citizens of Dressrosa that collectively bought Luffy the time to finish him. But honestly, power is the least threatening aspect of Doflamingo. I've brought him up a lot in this video, but these 2 villains are just so narratively linked, and my point is that Crocodile's plan was to take over Alabasta, which was thwarted, but Doflamingo feels threatening because he shows you what would have happened if that plan succeeded. Not only was Doflamingo able to enslave an entire country, but he was able to convince them to be happy about it. Doflamingo's true threat is terrifying because, like all good horror, it largely remains unseen and left to the imagination. His whole empire is relegated to the underworld, which orchestrates his activities on Dressrosa, making it appear to be a lovely, happy country, but with a series of twisted secrets that gradually get revealed one by one, each more horrific than the last. I don't know why I said horrific. Horrific. Also, one thing that Doflamingo did that really makes him stand apart from other villains, was exert control over the world government. And I struggle to think of anyone else who has ever been able to invoke this kind of power, but Doflamingo, the absolute mad lad, was able to blackmail the world government. What he ordered them to do, they did. And we're talking about the same world government led by the 5 Elder Stars and Emu. For a time, they were obeying Doflamingo's orders. Again, no wonder he thought that he was entitled to rule the world. He had the world's undisputed greatest power working for him. Admittedly, it was very restricted powers. Doflamingo couldn't really ask for anything too unreasonable, but this is the sort of power that not even Emperors of the Sea have been able to access. Now, what I will say is that Doflamingo, after, lubing himself up and ottering himself into these positions, he kind of screws himself over. On the one side, he's goaded the greatest military might on the planet, and on the other, he's doing business with Emperor of the Sea Kaido. And by business, I mean that Doflamingo is terrified of Kaido and has essentially become his middleman. Doflamingo was punching well above his weight, and there is some acknowledgement of that to his credit, but his superiority complex, mate. It's so out of this world that even though Doflamingo knows he's outclassed, he believes, because of his world nobliness, that he's gonna be able to eventually outplay each and every one of them. So Doflamingo's threat is definitely high, but it's still a clear step below the world government, and probably any Emperor of the Sea despite his very unique situation. Now, quite possibly the most important criteria for a villain. Does Doflamingo have a satisfying payoff? I personally think so, because before Wano, Dressrosa used to take a lot of criticism because the arc took over 2 years to publish, but considering that Doflamingo had a decade of build-up behind him, I think that commanding the story for 2 years is very appropriate, because that's what he did. Luffy was the protagonist, but during Dressrosa, it was the Doflamingo show. And I don't know if any other villain has ever been able to sort of take that title off Luffy, at least in my opinion. Again, when I think of Dressrosa, I think of Doflamingo. And there's also a huge element of satisfaction in the final attack by having Luffy smack Doflamingo out of the sky, very symbolically dispelling his god complex and forcing the taste of bitter, bitter earth into his probably open mouth. He's also being beaten by a member of the D-Clan, the now established enemy of the gods, which we see juxtaposed with Law watching the final attack. And really, it all just comes together flawlessly for me. The only negative I'd say about Doflamingo's defeat is that, again in my opinion, the anime butchered it by turning Luffy's final punch into a minute-long filler struggle instead of the instant and unstoppable punishment from the heavens that Doflamingo received in the manga. But regardless, I'm not going to judge a manga character based on his anime adaptation. So Doflamingo gets a pretty amazing score for payoff as well, especially considering that this was the climax of a 12-year arc. And the best part is that after that, he begins a new arc. And so there's one more thing I want from a villain, and this is very One Piece specific criteria I have, because it's something that Eiichiro Oda is so phenomenal at, which is giving villains a fully rounded character arc, extending beyond their tenure as arc antagonists. What I love seeing is the villain learning and changing. That doesn't necessarily mean change for the better, but I want their downfall to inform their future actions and see a visible shift. And with Doflamingo, I think we definitely do see that. After Dressrosa, he gets carted away to Impel Down, and in chapter 906, he already displays quite a radical shift. Doflamingo assumes that an assassin has come to kill him in order to prevent him from sharing the information that he used to blackmail the world government. And in response to this brain thought, he says out loud, "Just let the secret out. Power has such a short shelf life. It goes bad very quickly." This is Doflamingo coming to terms with the fact that he's not the eternal special boy he thought he was. He no longer has this maniacal belief that everyone and everything belongs to him just because of who he is. After being removed from the power struggles of the world, Doflamingo has developed a new perspective, and I think he realizes just how ridiculous a lot of his efforts were. And 50 or so chapters later, we see him again in Impel Down reading a newspaper and cackling endlessly to himself about what's going on in the world. The world never gets old, does it? Things are just getting good now. As a result of his conflict with Luffy, Doflamingo has done the impossible and learned a bit of humility. After taking a step back, he realizes that there are no players in this game, only pieces. And now that he's out, he's just enjoying the game as a spectator, watching people fight and struggle for the power equivalent of milk. It's nice while you've got it, but it's gonna spoil quickly, unless you have long life milk, but even that doesn't last forever. If it did, they would call it forever milk. And that's not to say that Doflamingo is out of this series for good. If he ever did escape Impel Down, then I do think he'd compete again, but with a refreshed viewpoint. So this sounds weird to say about a flamingo cackling in striped pajamas, but he's matured, and I would love to see where that leads him if given the opportunity. As for his placement, to me, Doflamingo is another undeniable S-tier villain who has everything going for him. He's compelling, understandable, highly threatening. This is Magellan, and he has...
He can wait.
One of the most important fight battles in One Piece world history took place. An event that we've never seen with our own eyes, but have heard about with our own eyes, I guess, because we've read about it in a fictional pirate comic. But unlike many of other previous historical landmarks, this was a rather intimate affair featuring only two combatants, Kuzan and Sakazuki, fighting each other for the right to become the next fleet admiral of the Marines, to dictate their ideal visions of justice, and to, no exaggeration, save the world. This is the story of Kuzan versus Sakazuki, which is a much longer tale than most people give it credit for. It's very likely that Kuzan and Sakazuki have had a bit of a rough history all throughout their careers with the Marines. However, the first big step towards this historical battle occurred 20 years ago beforehand on the island of Ohara. Kuzan and Sakazuki were summoned as two of the 5 vice admirals in charge of the bust call ordered on Ohara, a rather extreme operation designed to completely destroy the island itself. And it's quite an interesting stroke of fate that both Kuzan and Sakazuki were there on that day, because they're not the ones that I guess we tend to focus on with that particular story. However, these two vice admirals had far more impact on the Ohara incident and its ensuing consequences than anyone else. And this event featured both of them fighting a battle of justice by proxy, with Kuzan's sense of justice not permitting him to stop the genocide, but prompting him to ensure the survival of Nico Robin, while Sakazuki's justice saw him orchestrate events to ensure that lives were erased from this world that weren't necessarily his to command. If you're ever rereading the Robin flashback for whatever reason, maybe you just enjoy feeling immense pain because you're weird, but when doing so, I really want you to focus on the dialogue of Kuzan and Sakazuki, because it's quite enlightening. The big point of controversy is, of course, that Sakazuki ordered the killing of the civilians of Ohara, the completely innocent civilians, not those nasty scholars who had broken the law. And the reason why he did this is because, quote, "If you're gonna do it, finish the job. If by chance even a single scholar is hiding out in that ship, all of this sacrifice will be for naught. You must destroy evil at its very roots." Which I find fascinating, because Kuzan, he wasn't there to hear that statement. He was actually on the island at the time. But what he ended up doing was exactly what Sakazuki was attempting to prevent. Kuzan saved Nico Robin, a singular scholar, and as a result of that, the sacrifice on Ohara was exactly as Sakazuki said, all for naught. Because Robin's survival has often been associated with the mantra of Ohara lives, with Robin on her own carrying the will and the work of her people. And it's almost as if Kuzan did this deliberately to spite Sakazuki's brand of justice, as he does say to Robin that sometimes the idea of justice can turn people mad. And he goes on to wonder what the seed of Nico Robin would eventually grow up to become. So in a way, Kuzan does actually agree with Sakazuki's views. He understands that letting Robin go would negate what was done on Ohara. The difference is that Kuzan didn't necessarily believe that the seed being planted here was evil. He's very uncertain. And with that uncertainty, he could not bring himself to take an act of such permanence. Because Kuzan is an ever-evolving man, and his idea of justice is quite fluid as well, such as when speaking to former Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sol on Ohara, Kuzan said, "Justice changes shape depending on one's standpoint. That's why I won't criticize your idea of justice. However, if you're going to interfere with our work, I cannot ignore that." And it's very easy to transform this quote into Sakazuki's opposing ideal of justice, which would be, "Justice is solid and objective regardless of one's standpoint. That's why I will criticize your idea of justice, and if you're going to interfere with my work, I cannot ignore that." But Kuzan's original line is one of my favorite quotes, especially the part about Kuzan not criticizing someone else's idea of justice, because it just so happens to change shape depending on where you stand, and other people are standing not where Kuzan is, one of them Sakazuki. But right after saying this, Kuzan is immediately confronted by Sakazuki's idea of justice when he murdered the innocent civilians of Ohara, and this would be a formative moment for Kuzan, as this would force him to criticize someone else's view of justice, to the point where 20 years later, Kuzan would go on to fight the toughest battle of his life in the name of that criticism. Before we leave Ohara though, their respective involvement tells you quite a bit about their beliefs in justice. Even though both of them were part of the same mission with the same goal, Ohara was very personal for Kuzan, and he took the step, quite literally, of being actively involved on the island whilst the Buster Call was in progress, whereas Sakazuki made an active effort to disconnect himself from the risk of humanity. He stayed on the ship, he kept his distance from any potential moral issues, and made sure to carry out a cold and calculated plan, which we should also address in the mild irony of their respective devil fruits. Kuzan is the user of an ice logia, but he generates more personal warmth than Sakazuki, the user of a magma logia. We have a situation where the hot guy's cold-hearted and the cold guy is warm-hearted, and so Eiichiro Oda has set these characters up as opposites in every way he possibly could, right down to that hot versus cold elemental clash. In the wise words of modern-day poet Katy Perry, you're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down, you're wrong when it's right, etc. Goes on like that. This is a song about Kuzan and Sakazuki. She just couldn't use them in the music video due to copyright reasons. However, I should say that there was a point where these two weren't necessarily destined to fight, and things could have gone very differently. And that would be the Water 7 era of One Piece. Had things gone slightly differently here, then I firmly believe that Kuzan would have started to be won over by Sakazuki's justice, and that is all because of Nico Robin. 20 years after saving her, the seed of Nico Robin, it had grown, and it started to look like a very evil tree. Robin moved from organization to organization, destroying each one, and eventually ended up with Crocodile at Baroque Works, which could have led to them finding the ancient weapon Pluton and having the power to quite literally destroy the world. And to Kuzan, that knowledge must have been quite confronting, that the little girl you let escape that day may be dooming the world as we speak. And it was a great argument in favor of Sakazuki's philosophy, because if Robin
You could make the argument that she had to go into that direction because she was hunted and that she was hunted everywhere by the Marines. So yes and no for the great argument. I mean, putting a bounty on what was it, like 10, 11-year-old girl?
had just died that day, then the world never would have come close to that threat. And it's evident that Kuzan was reluctantly accepting that when he gave Robin's location to CP9 and even gave their leader Spandam the power of ordering a buster call in his effort to capture and execute Nico Robin. However, the ensuing Enislobby incident brought Kuzan back from that particular justice cliff. The Straw Hats declared war against the world government and invaded Enislobby to save a single life. Something that in the grand scheme of justice very rarely gets considered within the Marines, as most philosophies of justice focus on the bigger picture of global peace and stability. But seeing the extent that the Straw Hats went to enact their own personal sense of justice did give Kuzan hope that he did the right thing on that day on Ohara by letting Robin live. To quote him yet again, justice changes shape depending on where you stand. So he's not going to criticize the actions of the Straw Hats, even though it dealt a massive blow to the organization of justice that Kuzan had pledged himself to uphold. Although to this very day, Kuzan still isn't convinced about whether letting Robin live was the right or wrong thing to do, and he has asked Robin to answer that question for him. And I think that sums up Kuzan pretty perfectly. If I had to choose one symbol to represent him, that symbol would be a big ol' question mark. Kuzan is a man of great uncertainty. His solid ice powers do not reflect his very malleable beliefs, and this is another core difference between Kuzan and Sakazuki. It is a clash of uncertainty versus certainty. And so far, this video was mostly focused on the thoughts of Kuzan, and that's because there's a lot more complexity at play there that needs to be explored. Kuzan is a man constantly asking questions and re-evaluating his position based on those answers or lack of answers, whereas Sakazuki is an iron wall of willpower. Throughout the pre-time skip era of One Piece, there's not actually a lot to say about him, because it's a very simple case of a man who states his beliefs and then carries them out without any mental or moral complications. Physically, Sakazuki is the unstoppable force, and mentally, he is the immovable object. It's usually not great to have both of those things be the same person, which is very much on display throughout the Paramount War. After Kuzan and Kizaru head to the front lines, Sakazuki is the last admiral remaining in position below the execution platform, and he actually chastises both of his colleagues for leaving because a key position of value has been left undefended. I should say the reason why Kuzan left was to stop Whitebeard's tsunami. Kuzan used his ice abilities to protect the Marines, while Sakazuki generally used his powers to rain magma fists down upon the battlefield, which distinguished neither friend nor foe. And he even went out of his way during the war to purge Marines that were abandoning the battlefield, viewing them as unworthy agents of justice and an active hindrance to his ideals. So if you were an average Marine on this battlefield, as say Kobe and Telmeppo were, then Sakazuki was just as much your enemy as Whitebeard was. In fact, you'd be more likely to be killed by Sakazuki than by any of the pirates that you're fighting for the sake of justice. And we also shouldn't ignore the similarities between Marineford and Enies Palace lobby from Kuzan's perspective. The Straw Hats invaded a world government stronghold to save a single crew member from being executed, and the Whitebeard pirates did exactly the same thing, just on a much larger scale. The reasons for execution were even quite similar. Robin was being executed because of her lineage and her very existence being a threat to the world government, and Ace's very existence as the son of the Pirate King was also considered a threat to the world government. And so there's a definite pattern emerging here of justice taking the form of punishing those who exist adjacent to what has been defined as evil and unjust, which is exactly Sakazuki's view. He believes that evil is genetic, and that simply being born the child of a criminal makes that child innately evil. And even though the Marines won the Paramount War, it's difficult to say that justice was enacted that day. It's a hard conclusion to come to. And this was Kuzan's third strike. O'Hara, Enies Lobby, and now Marineford had made it clear that the current direction of the Marines was not his vision of justice. And there would be only one opportunity to change this, which was with the retirement of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who did nominate Kuzan as his successor for the position. However, a group of people referred to as dignitaries within the world government endorsed Sakazuki, which shouldn't be particularly surprising for a couple of reasons. One, his whole view about genetics and evil is very much in line with the purity beliefs of the world nobles. And two, Sakazuki was the hero of Marineford. He fought Whitebeard. He executed a man whose own personal sense of justice was now solid enough to stand against something that he, at his core, knew was not justice. And many people in World saw the ensuing battle as an individual fight for power and positioning, but these two men agreed to a fight to the death, not for the sake of deciding who was going to be the next fleet admiral, but because Kuzan and Sakazuki each saw this as a fight to save the world, their vision of the world. What Kuzan saw was the death of justice in Sakazuki, and what Sakazuki saw in Kuzan was a man who would continue and even foster the growth of the seeds of evil, forever preventing justice from prevailing. And in a sense, they were both right, because this does go back to Doflamingo's infamous speech during Marineford. Are the pirates the bad guys? Is the Navy the good guys? Things like that change with the seasons. Kids who have never known peace and kids who have never known war have completely different ideas of right and wrong. It's the job of those at the top to decide what's good and what's evil. Right now, it could go either way. Justice will prevail, of course, because the side of justice will be whichever side wins. So both Kuzan and Sakazuki knew that. Although I would say that in retrospect, both of them were being quite naive, as each of them thought that victory here would allow them to change the world, but no matter who won, both were destined to lose, which we'll go over in a bit. However, the island of Punk Hazard was chosen as the battleground, and Punk Hazard is a much more appropriate location than most people give it credit for. It's often seen as an island of convenience because it was deserted, so Kuzan and Sakazuki could fight freely there. However, Punk Hazard is also incredibly symbolic of the world government itself. This is an island where prisoners and slaves were taken and experimented on for the benefit of the world government, so to Kuzan, this island represented everything he was fighting against, and for Sakazuki, it was everything he was trying to protect in the name of absolute justice. This despite the fact that Sakazuki's powers were more suited to destruction, whilst Kuzan's were more suited to protection, but they had opposing missions. And the ensuing battle was one of the longest in One Piece world history, a duel that lasted for 10 days and nights, with such tremendous power on display that it permanently altered the climate of Punk Hazard, turning it into a half-burning, half-freezing hellscape before a clear victor emerged, which would be Sakazuki, who went on to become the next fleet admiral, whilst Kuzan submitted his resignation from the Marines, which I would say is a pretty cool outcome considering that he was supposed to submit his resignation from life. As the most surprising thing about this battle is that Sakazuki spared Kuzan's life, and he went against his own sense of justice. Part of this may have to do with Sakazuki's genetic evil views. Kuzan, at least as far as we know, wasn't born into a family of criminals, so perhaps Sakazuki saw no need to purge him. However, Kuzan would go on to prove Sakazuki's beliefs in absolute justice by becoming one of the greatest enemies that the world government has ever known. But first, let's talk about justice some more, shall we? Sakazuki became fleet admiral, and a lot of changes were instituted. Marineford was moved into the New World to take a more active role in administering said justice, and a very aggressive global draft was instituted to give Sakazuki the manpower he needed to seek out this justice. But other than that, he has thus far been completely ineffective in administering his own beliefs. Because as hard as Sakazuki tries, even the leader of the world's largest military is still just a tool of the world nobles. If anything, Sakazuki in this position now has even less freedom to dictate justice than he did as an admiral, and for the first time that we've known him, Sakazuki is now on a path of uncertainty just as Kuzan was. Meanwhile, Kuzan has taken a lot of steps away from that, and a particularly unorthodox one of joining the Blackbeard pirates in his quest for justice, ? And this was a move that was quite confusing until recently. Although Kuzan becoming a pirate, I think that's always made a lot of sense, as Kuzan's life experience to date had showed him that pirates were the ones who upheld his view of justice far more so than the world government. The straw hats on any Slobby and the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford were both much more palatable invocations of justice than Kuzan's experiences within the Marines, which very much opens the door for Blackbeard, who courted Kuzan by stating, "What else are you gonna do, huh? Chased around by the powers of justice. But in our world, justice takes a different form. Have you got the wrong idea about pirates? Nobody said we're all the best of friends here. The only thing a pirate needs is an alignment of interests. You're a free man. What do you want to do, Kuzan?" And so it's only natural for him to take up that offer, if only to explore the promise of a different system of justice. One that's a lot less rigid and more open than that of the Marines. Kuzan and Blackbeard are definitely not friends, but they do currently share at least part of the same vision, which has to do with destroying the world government. As former Fleet Admiral Sengoku once said, "The island of Marineford is the hub of our world. For all citizens in the world who fear an invasion of evildoers, justice and righteousness will never be defeated. Don't you dare speak lightly of sinking this island." And the person he was talking to, the person who was speaking lightly, was Blackbeard. And with that in mind, Blackbeard is a very natural choice. A man well and truly prepared to destroy the institution that Kuzan viewed as irredeemable and would open up an opportunity for a new vision of justice for the world. The rare status of being one of the only opponents that Luffy has never been able to beat. He was a man trusted by the world government to handle the world's most dangerous criminals in his own personal hell, equipped with one of the most broken devil fruits we've ever seen. If Magellan so much as breathes in your general direction, then you're dead. We're talking that kind of broken. Prior to the Five Elders, Magellan was the closest thing we had to a literal demon, but I want to know how he stacks up in the series as a whole. Because we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video, this time featuring the Guardian of Hell, Magellan. And I feel like that's a pretty good place to start. Early designs of Magellan state that he was meant to have a title more akin to Guardian of Hell rather than Warden. But title or no, Magellan is the facilitator of the closest thing the One Piece world has to hell. Even on level 1, the Crimson Hell, they're torturing prisoners by releasing poisonous spiders into a forest of blades, so the prisoners can either let themselves be killed by the spiders or try to flee and inevitably impale themselves on all of the blades. Ideally both, I guess. Then during the introduction to level 3, the Starvation Hell, Oda shows us the corpse of a prisoner tied to a rack who they had let starve to death. Meanwhile, on level 4, they do the exact opposite and they literally cook prisoners in a giant boiling pot. So Oda drew some pretty genuinely horrific things in this arc, and proceeding through Impel Down is almost like going through a Diablo dungeon, with the demon responsible for all of it being our main antagonist. And throughout all of Impel Down, it is made apparent that Magellan is not to be treated the same way that we've treated every other antagonist prior to him, and his dominance is made immediately clear. The first time he even comes close to stepping into action is when he takes Boa Hancock to level 6 to see Ace, and when the prisoners start simping over Hancock and calling Magellan Diarrhea Man, he then activates his Poison Hydra, which is one of the more intimidating abilities that we've ever seen, just period. And on top of that, Magellan just up and decides to kill a dude, and he adds, "Never forget that I have the power and the authority to execute all of you right here and now." Quite intimidating, but it needs to be said that as much as Magellan positions himself as a demon, he is far from one. It's more of a facade that he puts on to maintain order and control, something that he quite literally puts on actually, because Eiichiro Oda has stated that Magellan's horns are detachable. But Magellan is strongly motivated by justice. It's quite similar to Sakazuki's absolute justice, just probably a step removed. Because I think that if Sakazuki were in charge of Impel Down, then he wouldn't even bother holding prisoners, he'd just execute them all. Whereas Magellan, even though he inflicts horrific acts on the prisoners and will kill them every now and then, always maintains a purpose relating to justice. He doesn't do all of the things he does for no reason. He isn't a mindless killer. Nor will he allow any treatment of prisoners that he considers an injustice, such as the whole Shiryu situation. When Shiryu went on an inmate killing spree, Magellan stopped him and said, "These prisoners aren't here to satisfy your bloodlust, Shiryu." After which point, Shiryu was captured, tried, convicted, and imprisoned himself, which sounds a whole lot like that justice thing. With that said, it takes quite a lot to cross Magellan's line of justice for those imprisoned in Impel Down, given all of the daily torture and killing, but Magellan is pursuing his own admittedly extreme sense of justice, which makes him a degree more empathizable than more of a pure monster like Shiryu. But the other
if responses are slow, it is because apparently my stream is 10 minutes behind or something like that. So I'll have to look into that soon-ish, but yeah, hi man.
Motivation to keep in mind with Magellan is pride. For example, the very first thing he says to Luffy is, "For you to break into this impregnable prison is sullying my reputation," because Impel Down is a symbol of justice. If one prisoner steps 1 foot outside of these walls, then that symbol is broken. Now, in regards to this, you might say, well, man on the internet, did you forget about Golden Lion Shiki? To which I would say, technically, he did not step any feet out of Impel Down. He had to cut them both off. But also, this was not under Magellan's leadership. We do actually see Magellan in Volume 0, and he was a mere vice warden 22 years ago when Shiki escaped, so if anything, Magellan's got something to prove to his predecessor. Or had something to prove because, we know, it doesn't work out well. But all of which paints a picture of a very fearsome, loyal, and detail-oriented man-demon. But funnily enough, that was in no way how he was introduced to us. No. Our introduction to Magellan is a detailed explanation of his toilet habits. Warden Magellan has diarrhea for about 10 hours each day. It's part of his daily routine to hole up in the restroom. He also sleeps about 8 hours a day. Given time off for meals and breaks, he only works about 4 hours a day. Domino then goes on to say, but he can be quite productive when necessary, which is good. But it gets crazier because Magellan and his vice warden Hannibal then have this back and forth. "I'm sorry I had diarrhea. I got food poisoning from my poisoned soup this morning. I think you got poisoned because it was poison. As a poisonous human, poison is my favorite food. You know what they say, fight poison with poison. It doesn't work. That's why you get diarrhea." So Magellan inflicts this quirk on himself. And this is often seen as one of the most random and just simply bizarre character quirks in the series. But it's a reference to Magellan's visual design inspiration, which comes from a demon named Belphegor, whose MO is to seduce people into laziness and is usually depicted sitting on a toilet. Oda saw that toilet demon and he went, yep, that's my guardian of hell. But also Magellan has much more emotional range than I think most people remember. There's a page during his introduction where he switches emotion in literally every single panel. In the first, he's demonically releasing poison. In the second, he's laughing uncontrollably and goofily. In the third, he's being what I can only describe as petty evil. And then in the last, he is being love-struck by Boa Hancock. This single page of Magellan is an emotional roller coaster. When I was first reading Impel Down, I had no idea what to make of the guy. It was like he had every quirk in one piece all smushed into one demonic diarrhea ball. Zoro's demonic nature, Sanji simping, Luffy's stupid joy, Nami's petty evil, and all of that is on top of the fact that he spends 10 hours a day emptying his eternally full bowels because he will not stop eating poison. And I don't know, it's a lot. I usually love One Piece character quirks, but I would argue that Oda may have overplayed his hand a bit with Magellan. And part of me thinks that this could be because of Impel Down syndrome, which is a term I just made up to describe Oda's tendency to overcompensate with comedy in particularly dark settings. You see this most prominently with the Impel Down and Thriller Bark arcs, two very gloomy, dark, and dreary locations, but also two of the weirdest and funniest arcs in the entire series. So because we're dealing with someone sculpted to be a representation of the devil, Oda may have felt the need to balance that out with every quirk he had in the stupid quirk arsenal. And I think it's just, it's a bit too much. Magellan didn't need this many wacky tendencies crammed into him. Just the diarrhea alone was plenty for me. Oh, and I completely forgot to mention, Magellan is also agoraphobic. Another quirk to add to the pile, but it makes him pretty perfect for Impel Down because he likes controlled dark spaces. And that's also my personal conspiracy theory for why he continues to poison himself. Because that gives Magellan an excuse to spend 10 hours a day in his nice, safe, and enclosed toilet. But the agoraphobia also probably contributes significantly to his strategic prowess over the prison, as someone with this condition would be hyper aware of the space and exits. The saving grace for Magellan is that his gazillion wacky quirks don't tend to get in the way of his job. When something needs to be done, Magellan is on you like a drop bear on a tourist visiting Australia for the first time. Much like that time when Magellan dropped out of the sky in front of Luffy, a panel that I love because there is a real sense of overwhelming power, and I love that Oda didn't add pupils to Magellan's eyes because it makes him look that much more sinister and demonic. Even the positioning of Luffy adds to it, because he's taken completely off guard, so he's assumed this defensive position, which tells you everything you need to know about how this match is gonna go. Luffy is not ready for an opponent of this level. And then when the inevitable happens, Magellan's assumed last words to Luffy are, "This is your punishment, intruder." intruder, you will suffer for 24 hours and then go to hell. No One Piece villain has ever said a harder line than this. Although in classic Oda style, this is then balanced with the next time we see Magellan being on the toilet with a rather strained expression, because apparently even using his abilities causes him to have diarrhea. But Magellan is undefeatable. All Luffy can do is run. In fact, all anyone can do is run, which gives Impel Down the kind of tension to feel more like a horror movie than it does a shonen manga. Especially right at the end when Magellan is pursuing everyone and not a single person can stand up to him for more than a handful of seconds. And it's always worth noting that Magellan completely team-wiped the Blackbeard pirates as well. And were it not for Shiryu, Blackbeard, Vergis, Dockyu, Van Alga, and Lafitte would all be very, very dead. Let's put it this way. In the space of a single arc, Magellan faced 3 future emperors of the sea and soundly defeated 2 of them. Luffy, Blackbeard, and Buggy were all present for Impel Down, and I am convinced that this event will be remembered much like God Valley. Magellan is Rocksteady Zebek, with Luffy, Buggy, and Blackbeard needing to team up together like Roger and Garp did. It's going to go down in history as a decisive and brutal battle where 3 future emperors combined their powers to beat the system. And even then it was a struggle because Magellan is a strategic mastermind. At every step along the way, he understands the correct course of action to take. And again, despite his various crippling quirks, he does not hesitate to take action. However, his one arguable strategic flaw just so happens to be one of the biggest mistakes ever made in One Piece, which was to free Shiryu to theoretically help out during an event that I'm going to refer to as the Riot of 3 Emperors, where Luffy, Buggy, and Blackbeard led their forces simultaneously on different levels of Impel Down. And I often see people on the internet accusing this decision of being a plot hole or out of character, because if you look at what happens afterwards, yes, it is a monumental miscalculation, but you do need to actually look at Magellan's working. Magellan has Luffy, Buggy, and Blackbeard attacking the prison simultaneously, and he states that he cannot request help from Marine HQ because they're busy preparing for a big ol' war. So Impel Down is completely cut off and has to deal with this unprecedented event themselves, which is a very desperate situation to be in, especially when you consider the pride of the institution. It is a global symbol of justice, and if there were to be some sort of mass breakout, then it risks destroying the public belief in the justice system. From Magellan's perspective, if he doesn't take extreme action right here and now, then at least one of the 3 groups is going to succeed and completely undermine the symbol of Impel Down. So he figures that, hey, this Shiryu guy just wants a free pass to stretch his legs and kill some people for a bit, which is a lot more helpful than having him not do that. I do think that Magellan's decision looks a lot stupider in the anime because, look, for whatever reason, they made it his idea to free Shiryu rather than Shiryu offering to help. So anime Magellan just up and releases a level 6 prisoner, assuming that he'll do the right thing with no promises, no evidence. That's stupid. So the anime definitely makes him look much less strategically sound. But that's not Magellan's greatest flaw. Really, Magellan's fatal flaw is something much more general, which is that he could not accept anything less than a perfect outcome. If Magellan was willing to accept that yes, some prisoners are going to escape, and then found the most logical way to keep that damage to a minimum, then Impel Down would have had a much darker ending for our protagonists. But Magellan makes his position pretty clear with the following declaration. You will not set 1 foot outside of this prison. So one prisoner setting 1 foot, 1 step outside of Impel Down is considered a failure of unacceptable proportions. But unfortunately, the quest for perfection is always doomed to fail. Just ask old mate Charlotte Carter-Curry. What's he up to right now? Probably not much because he failed. So really, there's only so many plates that Magellan can keep spinning before they all come tumbling down. And that's really the only victory we get to take from Magellan. The fact that Luffy and the other prisoners defeated the symbol of Impel Down, which to me isn't as satisfying as your typical One Piece villain resolutions. But you do need to remember that Magellan is a Paramount War antagonist, which is the only saga in One Piece that really differs from the typical formula. Every other saga in the series has this end goal of defeating a major antagonist, but during the Paramount War, the goal of every arc was essentially just to escape. On Sabaody, they had to escape Kizaru, then Luffy had to escape from Amazon Lily. During the war itself, we had to escape from Akainu, and of course, during Impel Down, we had to escape from Magellan. Although I will say that it was very satisfying to see Luffy's combination with Mr. 3, and there's even a very brief moment where it looks like we may have cracked Magellan, like when Luffy figured out how to hit Crocodile. But that moment is incredibly fleeting, and one mere poison upgrade later, we are back to fleeing for our lives. And in the end, we really did only barely escape with the help of a wax wall, a giant stab, and a big ol' wink from Ivankov. Oh, Oh, and also, if it wasn't for the Blackbeard pirates, all of that still would have been for nothing because Magellan ordered a pursuit ship, so we really do have to thank the Blackbeard pirates for defeating Magellan off screen on our behalf. But again, that is not satisfying. The villain was beaten by another villain and we didn't even get to see it. Yeah. But also, I do need to bring this up. Initially, one of the most painfully satisfying things about Magellan is that he was a villain who did lasting damage. Because Impel Down ends with the strong implication that Magellan kills Bon Clay, one of the most beloved characters. And that feat alone would skyrocket Magellan's score in this tier list. However, the whole situation gets heavily undermined when we discover that Bon Clay is still alive on the cover page of chapter 666. Don't get me wrong, I love that Bon Clay's still alive, but it definitely lessens the overall impact of Magellan significantly, especially after he went and said, any last words, Bon Clay? I mean, he probably didn't say it like that, but that is the traditional indicator of I'm going to kill you now. But what I guess Magellan meant is, any last words, Bon Clay, to your friends who have just escaped? Because you, Bon Clay, have been a very, very naughty boy and we're going to lock you in a dungeon for a long, long time. It just doesn't quite hit as hard, and I do think it contributes to Magellan being one of the more forgettable One Piece villains. Honestly, a lot of fans can't even name him. For example, when I ask a lot of you for your input as to the next villain we should rank on this tier list, a lot of people just commented, hey, can you do what's his name, the poison guy from the jail? And that's not an amazing impression to have left on an audience. But in the end, that is Magellan's legacy. Less of the actual character and more of the general concept of poison. He's probably the villain that has given Luffy the greatest gift, being poison resistance and poison awareness, something that we are still seeing to this very day, such as recently in chapter 1111, when Luffy was immediately able to recognize a poisonous attack from Saint Saturn because it was similar to what Magellan used against him. So Magellan's effect, it is undeniably profound, but as an antagonist, or I guess as a character in general, he doesn't have anywhere near the staying power as almost every other antagonist. And we can see this most clearly in his post-Impel Down character arc. Something I didn't have space to mention previously is Magellan's relationship with Hannibal, because Magellan does also have this motivation of keeping Hannibal off his back, as all throughout Impel Down, Hannibal can barely string a sentence together without demanding that Magellan resigns so that he can become the new Chief Warden of Impel Down. And eventually, this does become a reality. We don't really hear much about Magellan until Punk Hazard, when we learn that he was demoted to Vice Warden and that Hannibal is now the Chief Warden, which is what he always wanted. And I guess that just goes to show that manifesting works. Hannibal kept saying that he wanted to become the new warden, and then it happened. But it happened in a way that makes sense, because Magellan did fail to prevent the greatest disaster that had ever been inflicted on Impel Down. The symbol was compromised, and so he was demoted. Magellan also has a pretty nasty looking scar from whatever the Blackbeard pirates did to him, and also one of his wings was damaged and patched up with assorted metals. With that said, it's not all bad news for Magellan though, because we did get some insight into his personal life, and apparently during the last 2 years, Sadi fell in love with him, and now he's known as the quote, most trustworthy man in hell. Other than that, Magellan has been pretty disappointingly quiet, with the last reference to him, I believe, coming from chapter 906, where Doflamingo is shown allegedly talking to Magellan, but we don't actually see him. So Magellan feels like an incomplete antagonist, and not in a good way, because there are going to be other incomplete antagonists that we do need to rank as part of this journey, such as Blackbeard, Sakazuki, maybe even Emu, but they're incomplete because Oda is setting them up for bigger roles down the line. In the case of Sakazuki and Blackbeard, they've both progressed, one becoming a fleet admiral and the other becoming an emperor of the sea. But Magellan hasn't progressed. In fact, he's actively gone backwards, which indicates to me that we're done with him. If he does return in the future, it's not going to be in a major role, and so he'll always feel a little bit unsatisfyingly incomplete to me, which is a shame because his threat level was superb, his motivation was incredibly solid, and even amongst One Piece villains, he stands out as unique. But then again, probably due to his agoraphobia, he chooses to stand out in a dark corner where very few people see and or remember him. And while I do think that Magellan is incredibly underrated as a villain, it's mostly because people forget that he exists in order to actually rate him. So if he'd had a more lasting effect, then I could see Magellan being an A, but in comparison to every other villain in One Piece, I can't justify giving him any more than a B tier. And you let me know in the comments which villain you'd like. This is Jack, And he is my personal most controversial antagonist in One Piece. With Jack, it's almost like Eiichiro Oda was running an experiment to see how well he could set up a character and then just how efficiently he could waste every drop of potential from said setup. Jack he's so conflicting. There is so much about him that is so frustratingly good. And it's all in service of the, well, you'll find out. Because we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video, this time featuring the disaster that is Jack the Drought. Jack was the main antagonist of the Zou arc, where he was sent to the Phantom Island to recover Raizo. Jack is one of Kaido's all-stars with an ancient Zoan devil fruit that allows him to transform into a big bulky mammoth, meaning that yes, he was an elephant sent to an elephant during the Elephant arc. And Jack, mate, he was a big deal, because his job was to portray the threat of an Emperor of the Sea, which was a concept that we were only just starting to explore at the time. So Jack needed to stroll in and make every villain before him look utterly insignificant, and he did a bit too good of a job of that. On Zou, we met Jack the Drought, a man so devastating that nothing less than a natural disaster can accurately describe him. Everywhere he goes is left barren, decrepit, and destroyed, and he was worth a mind-boggling 1 billion berries. Jack was the first character in the series to have a bounty in the billion range, and whilst it looks almost quaint compared to modern standards, this was unfathomable at the time. Before Jack, the highest known bounties in the series sat at around the 500 million range, being Luffy post Dressrosa, and destroys the bounty ceiling by doubling the highest known amounts. It made it very clear to us that even after beating Doflamingo, Luffy had such a long way to go. Because again, this wasn't even the Emperor in question that we need to defeat. This was a minion of the Emperor. And Jack's first full panel introduction at the end of chapter 807 exudes this power fantastically. What we're seeing here is Oda's classic dramatic shading. Whenever he really wants to make an impact, he switches to this hyper-realistic shading style. I mean, hyper-realistic compared to the traditional One Piece style, and it's almost as if the character is transcending the generally flat and vibrant world of One Piece and making a threatening incursion into reality. Also, very small note about this panel, because I will never have an opportunity to talk about it anywhere else. In this panel, one of the minks standing in front of Jack has a shirt with Milky on the back. She's the mink who Chopper is just a little bit head over hooves for, and it appears that amongst the mink tribe, she even has her own merch. Shortly after, there's also another mink named Monji who makes the mistake of trying to reason with Jack. He says, "We would never wish for battle, but we will not find a solution to the issue if you do not listen. Jack, you said your name was? There will be no lies from us." After which point, Jack destroys a building and states, "Have we come to bargain, Jinrami?" "No, Master Jack. We came to seize a samurai." And really, that should have been expected, because you cannot bargain with a natural disaster. What Monji did there was like walking up to a tornado and saying, "Now you listen here, Mr. Tornado. We're not going to achieve anything by just being a narrow, violently rotating column of air," and then being surprised when the tornado goes and destroys his monkey house. Despite this, Monji tries to reason with Jack one last time, imploring him to speak with Duke Inuarashi, to which Jack replies, "Speak? No." And I love this because the word speak, it is so offensive to Jack. Just suggesting that Jack engage in a non-violent act is a legitimate trigger for him, which you can see by the strained and cracked mammoth eyes. He's not happy. And Jack has a pretty horrifyingly intriguing way of conducting business, because this is his proposal to the mink tribe. "Let me say this. If the samurai is here, we stop attacking. If he's not, it's a crime." Which is essentially saying, if you're guilty, you're innocent, and if you're innocent, you're guilty. Either way, it doesn't matter. Jack gets what he wants. He either accomplishes his mission, or he gets to feel the rush of destruction. Ideally, both. Which results in this mind-boggled expression from Inuarashi, a dogman who realizes that he's come into conflict with a true beast. And something that really helps with this impression is that Oda introduced Jack in his full Zoan form, and it actually takes 3 chapters before we meet Jack in his base form, which is really cool because keeping him in this prolonged animal state helps us to get to know the real Jack. It reduces the risk of humanizing him in any way, because the mammoth form is much more true to who he is on the inside. Although I should say the very first time we see anything of Jack is in chapter 801, where we are treated to a close-up of his eye, which is like looking into the killing fighting instinct of a wild creature. And I imagine that you're all probably very familiar with this eye, because in total across Zoe, there are 16 close-ups of Jack's single eye. Now, to put that into some perspective, not counting these eye close-ups, there are a total of 19 panels of Jack in his human form and 20 panels of Jack in his mammoth form across Zoe. So almost a third of every panel featuring Jack is that close-up of his eye. That is an insane ratio. And he only spends 1/3 of his time in this arc depicted with any sort of humanity. So when reading Zoe, it is very clear that he is meant to be portrayed as a true beast of this world. And that inhuman nature was very evident in Jack's raw power. He fought the mink leaders Inuarashi and Nekomamushi for 5 days straight, and they took turns with Jack. Inuarashi fought him by day and Nekomamushi fought him by night. Jack wasn't allowed a single moment to rest for the whole 5 days, and he still fought the entire tribe to a standstill, because it wasn't just Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. He absolutely took on the whole tribe, which is made clear in my favorite quote about Jack. We were unable to stop Jack's reinforcements from continually arriving by sea. They were like an unstoppable zombie army, but over time, we steadily and surely overcame the enemy. If anything, there was just one place we couldn't break them down, and that was Jack. For he is truly a monster. Which gets even worse when you realize that Jack could have ended this fight at any time thanks to the poisonous gas, but he chose to engage in this prolonged destruction. He chose to keep stacking up losses on both sides. There was no logic to it, and why would there be? He's a natural disaster. He doesn't operate on logic. So Jack is a rare example of an antagonist that I will forego one of my usual criteria for, which is having an understandable motivation. Because throughout his run in One Piece, Jack has never been a character that I could even begin to understand what makes him tick and why. But that is the whole point of his natural disaster theme. Again, you don't ask the tornado why it's doing the thing it's doing. It's just nature. And there's a very poetic nature to Jack's defeat via the trunk of Zunesha. So most people are satisfied by the irony of Jack being defeated by a bigger version of himself. Big Elephant defeats Small Elephant, who we thought was Big Elephant, but not compared to the really big elephant. But it is so much deeper than that. Jack is a personified natural disaster who was beaten by Zunesha, a personified island. Personified zoomorphized, I guess. I don't really care which. What I care about is that Jack's defeat was so satisfying to me because this conflict was bigger than individuals. It was a battle of nature, and the land, as it always does, endured against the natural disaster. I really don't think that Oda has ever done a better job of setting up a villain. Even when compared to some of the greatest antagonist introductions like Kaido falling from the sky and Kizaru versus the worst generation on Sabaody, to me, neither of them hits as hard as this story of Jack and his relentless and unstoppable brutality. If I was judging Jack based on Zoe and Zoe alone, he'd be a solid 10 out of 10 for me. A strongly compelling, well-written, raise-the-stakes antagonist who had a perfect ending. However, this was far from the end of Jack, and what followed is, in my opinion, one of the biggest character fumbles in One Piece. Because Zoe is a small part of a bigger picture, and Jack was a building block for the Wano arc. And one of the really unfortunate things about wrapping up his idea so well on Zoe is that it didn't leave him any room to develop on Wano, as if we would have had time to explore him anyway. But Wano was the arc where we needed to take him down for good. So a big problem that emerged with Jack is that Oda, he was already done with the idea. And this is apparent right from his reintroduction. Jack is reintroduced to us, and on the very next page, he is being manhandled by Ashura Doji. As an introduction to the Samurai of Wano, this works really well. To see that there are random people on this island who can fight at the Billionberry level, but it does a huge disservice to Jack, as it immediately ruins the image of him that was built up on Zoe, because the unstoppable natural disaster, all of a sudden it was stopped by an obese drunk riding a bull. And this is only the beginning of the complete and utter dismantling of everything that is Jack. Kaido then interrupts the fight because he wants to speak with Ashura Doji, which is kind of like having your dad step into a primary school fight. I mean, yeah, the kid you were up against, he's gonna lose, but everyone's gonna make fun of poor Jack because he needed daddy to help him. And the next time we see Jack, he's being scolded by King and Queen, who in this family metaphor would be his two older brothers. King calls Jack pathetic, and they say they don't need any more dead weight. Queen even calls him Jack the Stooge, and to all of this, how does Jack respond? Well, he submits. He apologizes to King and Queen. And it's like, who even is this guy? 100 chapters ago, Jack would have raised an entire country at the mere suggestion of needing to speak to someone. let alone having someone speak to him like this. And now what we're seeing here, it's not a natural disaster anymore. It's just a plain disaster. And I should say that this does actually fit quite well with Jack's age. He looks a lot older due to, general bigliness, but Jack is only 28 years old. Meanwhile, King is in his late 40s, whilst Queen and Kaido are both in their 50s. Kaido's even pushing 60. So Jack is genuinely the child of the group, and in fact, he was only 8 years old when Kaido commandeered Wano. But even 20 years later, it seems that when we're on Wano, Jack still feels like he's 8 years old. And after he loses a rematch against Inuarashi and Nekomamushi on Onigashima, Kaido even has to do the classic dad thing of consoling Jack by saying, "No, my precious little elephant cake. This does not make you weak. They're just that strong." Everything we see of Jack on Wano is a complete reversal of what happened on Zou, and not in a clever narrative flip kind of way. Because breaking the facade of your characters, yes, that can work, but only if they go on to evolve and become something new. Like it did with Katakuri, portraying him as the perfect being and then slowly having him come to terms with imperfection in a very cathartic struggle. That's not even close to what happens with Jack. And something that I love is that around the time Jack is defeated by the Mink leaders, we had chapter 989, which is titled, "I Can't Imagine Losing." And when I first saw that title, I was like, mate, losing is the only thing Jack can imagine. Because one of the biggest disservices that Oda did to this character was never giving him even a single victory. Jack couldn't beat the Minks without the poison gas on Zou. He was defeated by Doflamingo's Marine escort team. He was beaten by Zunesha. His fight with Ashura Doji wasn't going very well before Daddy interrupted. The Sulong Minks annihilated him, and Jack's final fight saw him defeated by Inuarashi alone. To be fair, in that last case, it has about as good of a conclusion as it could have. In the end, the final attack Inuarashi used against Jack was a canine cleaver, using his prosthetic sword leg, so he beat Jack with the very limb that Jack removed from him on Zou. But as it turns out, the unstoppable Jack is quite easily and frequently stopped. In fact, in One Piece history, he's never not been stopped. He failed all of his missions, lost all of his fights, and I usually don't like boiling characters down to a simple win-loss ratio, but it's really hard to avoid when that is Jack's character. There really is nothing deeper going on here than battle, and he's not even very good at that. And that becomes problematic for me, because all of the praise I gave to his unneeded motivational aspects earlier, all of that very much disappears when you remove that natural disaster idea. During Wano, Jack is no longer the personification of a force of nature, and that makes me want a lot more depth from the character, depth which never arrives. The best we get is that the Wano arc coincided with the release of the One Piece Vivia Card Databook, which gave us a lot of weird information about certain characters, and one thing it revealed about Jack is that his hobby is lawn mowing. And this could not be more appropriate to demonstrate his current status. Jack used to be a natural disaster, a man who would wipe the earth clean of all life. But in his current state, the best he can do is hop on a lawnmower and cut some grass on a Sunday morning before returning to his 9 to 5 at Kaido Corp on Monday, where he's constantly being berated by the middle management of King and Queen. But here's the most telling thing about Jack on Wano. There isn't a single situation where Oda uses the trademark Jack single eye close-up in this whole arc. Remember that Oda used this device a whopping 16 times on Zou, and Zou was only 23 chapters long, so that is a very high percentage of Jack eyeball happening here, whereas Wano is 149 chapters long, and not once do we see the signature artistic device that Jack is known for. And I don't think Oda just forgot, he definitely did this on purpose, and that's because Jack, he didn't deserve these close-ups, because the fearsome beast of Zou is not present on Wano. Zou Jack and Wano Jack are two completely different characters. And being the most generous I can would be to say that Jack was sacrificed to build up King, Queen, and Kaido. The idea that the unstoppable monster we met on Zou was basically the pet of the true monsters that we now have to face on Wano. And I do appreciate that idea, but it doesn't change much about Jack himself, which is a problem because this video is about Jack. I mean, sure, there could be a purpose to cutting off his narrative balls, but that doesn't make him not a narrative eunuch. So I do think that King was very correct in his assessment of Jack being dead weight, because narratively, Jack is dead weight in the Wano arc. Oda implemented the idea of Jack brilliantly on Zou, and I personally believe that's where the concept of Jack should have been laid to rest. Get rid of him being a fisherman and just have him drown after being attacked by Zunesha. Now, speaking of Jack, he's a fisherman. The reason why I haven't mentioned it until now is because it never really became relevant relevant, which is a shame because again, it was such a cool idea. Other than Vanderdecken, Jack is the only Fishman Devil Fruit user we've encountered to date, and I do feel like that whole angle was a bit wasted. I would have loved to find out how a Fishman became a member of the Beast Pirates. And I do feel quite strongly about not having Jack be a part of Wano at all, outside of flashbacks maybe. You could do what Whole Cake Island did with Charlotte Snack. He was a sweet commander who was beaten before the arc even started. So he was pushed into the background in the manga. I think we see him like once and didn't take an active part. So what we do is the same thing with Jack by acknowledging his death on Zou and maybe even using his open all-star spot as some motivation for the Toby Roppo to work towards promotion. It may have even removed a very small part of what made Wano feel so bloated, because I really don't think that we lose much, if anything, by removing Jack from the arc. And it may even enhance his legacy. If he wasn't in Wano at all, then he'd have this reputation of, well, just imagine if Jack had been on Onigashima. Then the Alliance would have been in trouble because that guy, he was unstoppable. He needed an entire island to take him down. And overall, I think it's a real shame that Jack went down this path. Like I said, if I was only ranking him based on Zou, then Jack would be up there with the very best of the series. But as time went on and his role dragged out, it became apparent that I don't think anyone is more deserving of the title of fraud than Jack. So in the end, I can't bring myself to give Jack anything higher than a C tier, and he should thank me for that. And the only reason he's that high is purely because of Zou. He had so much potential, more so than at least half the villains that we're going to be talking about, but it was all in service of what ultimately became very little, and Jack's legacy in One Piece is now more of a meme than an actual character. But you let me know in the comments, which major antagonist would you like to rank next?
Major antagonists. I would be remiss if I didn't say I want to see where Arlong would have ended up. PC is having trouble because I'm streaming on more than one thing. Oh, okay. This multi-streaming is becoming quite a tax on my...
Komoria. This elephantine long-necked gothic Batman is the primary antagonist of Thriller Bark, whose genuinely fascinating and well-implemented ideas are masked by controversial aesthetics and an impression of general failure. Even I, man on the internet, am not immune to this, and I often construct humorous statements at Moria's expense. But today, I am going to give you the fairest Gecko Moria video on the internet, because we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by...
That almost sounded like my PC was going to fucking explode. It's fine, I have 15 minutes, so I'll just go online. My OBS is not responding either. Fantastic. Since my streams are still running, that is good. Maybe I should go back to Streamlabs and not multi-stream, because multi-streaming is taking too much out of my PC. It seems. I except like green for the follow on Kick. But yeah, this is... I have a black screen now because nothing is working. Which is interesting to see. Oh, there we go. Things decided to work as intended. What a novel idea. So apparently I cannot run like two things at the same time. I mean, to be honest, it's like building a big enemy and having them turn into cannon fodder just starts to sound like every enemy I start to make in D&D, unless I make them like, I give them like either a bunch of HP or a bunch of resistances. That is kind of a sad thing. That I started to notice, like, no offense, but if I used his normal HP, the villain like last time you fought would have been dead at round 2. Because he only had like 150 HP and you beat that out of him in like 1 round. Well, you beat like 90 or 100 HP out of him in round 1. Which is kind of the sad part about having like solo bosses in D&D. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to fix this. Because giving them regen doesn't work, because if I give them 10 HP a regen, I mean, I got 2 attacks from Soul, 2 attacks from Seraphim, then I have an attack from you plus sneak. And if she wants to, I also have to tank an arrow from Ophelia. That is like, plus if we have to go over this entire thing, you always have advantage because this little man will always be around. Then you always have the part of, so advantage is always yours, so you always like double roll for it. Then you have a constant 2 attacks that can be upgraded to 4. The same with the business attacks that also can be 2 that can be upgraded to 4. So it's becoming and still like after every fight it's like upgrades, dude, what are we getting? And I'm like, I just want to give you gold because I'm starting to get real tired of it. Like, yes, I know he rolled like double once, twice, but compared to how many crits happened that fight and how many like times you just hit someone, like I cannot give something AC of 20 or higher because that would mean that just becomes a slugfest, which is not fun for anyone. So I'll have to go with like reactions like parrying and stuff, which gives me +2 AC, but even like 18 AC is something you break easily apparently. So I'm always at this point of I either have to give them a ridiculous AC, which is just gonna mean you don't hit them a lot, or I have to give them like ridiculous abilities that for some reason will always be put into question, like that doesn't work like that. It's like I wrote it down like that, so yes, it does work like that. It's, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think I no longer know how to build boss battles without always having like someone critique it. Usually the same person, but then again. Maybe it's just me thinking too much about it, but still. I still try to make it fun and enjoyable for everyone. Apparently I have to pick it. So yeah, from time to time I don't really know what to do anymore with D&D boss fights that I set up. And the entire horde bit and everything is fine, but that just becomes such a mess for me sometimes to go over. So we'll see. Nothing much to be done about it, I guess. Maybe I'm trying to please people a little bit too much, that's also an option. Sometimes I'm just a little bit on the fence about it, because I make a boss fight, I try to make it like a challenge and a little bit thematic, and then the thing I hear is like, what I seem to hear is only complaints. It's either about the rules, how high the AC is, what my abilities are and how they do not work or how they do work, and after a while I'm just sitting there like, I don't really want to make this anymore. I know. I'm just comparing it. Yeah, I always wanted to put in like things for everyone to think about. But yeah, as I said, it's like, yeah, that's not how that parry works or counterattack works. That's not how that works. And I'm like, I just said it worked like that, so it works like that. Can we stop trying to say that a monster I created is not going to work like a monster in a book? Because you won't find it in the book. Anyways, that was my little rant about that. I mean, I gave the upgrades and now I'm just at the point of I no longer want to give anything at this point. Like, it will have to, XP will have to be enough. XP and some gold. Yeah, as I said, it's a little bit sad sometimes that every time we play D&D, I have these things that are being thrown in my direction of like, it doesn't work like that. How much HP does this guy have? Oh, he isn't dead yet. I'm like, no. Technically, he would have been dead twice already. But what is fun about making a villain and you kill it in 2 turns? Wouldn't even have time to have used this like 3rd eye ability because you would have been dead. And I will have to think about it as well. If I have other creatures with like a damaging aura or blood, it also works on his little aura creature. On his little magic clone. Because I'm looking at it and it's like, it's starting to seem a lot like it's a very powerful ability. I played it before and I can't remember it being that powerful, so they probably changed rules for it. Because I can remember you could summon it for a bonus action, but you couldn't attack with it that round. Maybe those were like the first inclinations of like those knights. But we'll see, I guess. That's the plan for now, at least. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, that's also an option. said, I'm thinking of bringing like other creatures and ideas in, but I will have to see how I work them out. Alright, now let's first kill
Papa?
this boss.
Not Papa.
Hello.
Hello. What even was the hotfix for?
Ah.
Should be patch notes somewhere.
Patch. Hello.
Yeah, that is what I think as well. Which should have happened with the bow deck, but it's every time like, yeah, I just resummon it and it's like, I get my 2 advantage attacks and then it disappears, so that makes
It
the aura.
might have been the society quests, I don't know. Or it was Hildy.
But I know some
One of the two.
creatures have like burning blood and stuff like
Oh,
that.
here we
So
are.
every time you hit it, it does a little AoE splash damage from all melees.
Right, so in Cosmic Explorations, Mission in Progress window, Silver Star and Gold Star requirements will now show a check mark only if the mission's completion requirements have been met. The division number has been changed from 3 to 2 in the field instances of Sinus Ardorum to relieve congestion. The following issues have been addressed. In the Mamulja quest, movements of certain NPCs who appear in Gok Golma were incorrect. In Occult Crescent, when a Phantom Job thief used the Phantom action Vigilance, the foreseen offense status would not be applied. So they fixed that. Again, a lot of these are Crescent related. Under certain conditions, the persistent pot NPC would still follow even if the Cash Me If You Can status was turned off.
Hello.
I know some dragons have it as well. Dragon itself.
Yeah, it's literally a few Cosmic Exploration stuff and then Occult Crescent. Nothing major.
Okay.
So it's actually just bug fixes, alright.
Yeah, it's nothing big.
That's what hotfix is for.
Alright,
I
time
mean-
for us.
Kinda, yeah. But it's unusual.
Time for us to all try out the free pot strategy.
That's not a bug. That's
Only
a
if you-
feature.
Only if you do free pots, Est.
There are a few things I have to try and do differently, but they're annoying.
Okay, what have we got to lose?
Because I have to do my story use a few times more, but it's in times when I have to constantly run in and out of it to get the benefits from it, so I don't know how that is gonna go.
I mean, getting perfect growth on both first and second would help.
Yeah,
And less damage downs.
the damage downs for sure for me.
And deaths.
I usually don't die that much.
I do.
I only die normally at like the second, what's it called? The
Well-
left, right, forward and back thing.
Well, today, Saturday, and next Tuesday are our final raid sessions. So,
Sorry, I need to...
Wait, we have actually 3 raid sessions? I thought we were done today.
No, we got this Saturday and then next Tuesday, and that's it.
It's like until 24th, I think.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. If we kill it today, then everyone is gonna be so happy because that means
then we finish early.
We have M6 to do on Saturday.
No, we just finish early, and that's that.
Yeah. Also,
We got-
I don't think I want to farm anymore. I think like we kill all this once and I'm fine.
I assumed that's what was gonna happen. We
Cool.
get one clear, and then that's it.
Yeah. I've had it to this fucking asshole.
And then we see each other in the next MMO.
Yeah.
Or just other games, I suppose.
Okay, there is
RuneScape.
there is a real reason why we will clear today. This reason is Act not working.
I mean, I don't need ACT to know that I'm not trash, so...
Yeah, but see, like you see, we clear today, but we never know who is who has
The
which
best.
dogs in this one. Yeah,
I don't
I mean we
need
know who is
ACT.
the best one. We just don't know how.
I don't need ACT to know that I'm bad.
So,
Well, let's
so I had a orange parcel last time.
Healing one.
Yeah.
Only like 1 minute.
Hey,
I want more time.
I needed some positivity.
If it doesn't work, I will let it go.
He probably does.
Let
but
it go.
Uh-huh.
Let it go.
Exactly.
I first have to now make world 411 because your next 4 is 411.
Oh, working.
So yeah, second pot comes up soon after Riding the Waves is complete. So I would recommend
At the
potting
end
that.
of the Red Waves.
Yeah, I would recommend using it as soon as possible, so we can get a third pot in at Enrage.
I'll have to see which position I have to take first. If it's like hug or separate.
Yeah, and like Rupert said, there is technically 2 minutes at the end of Riding the Waves, so the pot would work. Oh,
Job set?
But
No,
after
the-
waves come the spotlights.
Yes.
So
Yeah, technically 2 minutes happen at the start of 2 waves. No, is it 2 minutes? 1 second.
2 minutes is at the end of Riding the Waves.
Yes. It's in the end.
Oh, how is it in the end for you? What are you talking about?
It's at the end.
Okay, whatever.
It's at the end of the mechanic.
Well, kinda starts in the middle, but you know how it goes.
I mean, you have 15 seconds ahead of everyone else now, Dale. Because you start like, or not 15, but like.
Yeah, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about because my 2 minutes start at the start of Ride the Waves, but okay.
How early do you pop?
3 seconds before the pool.
Okay.
and then I'm just like, yeah, 3 GCDs in. Well, I mean, it will work out some way or another. We'll see.
One way and another. Also, it's interesting for me because normally I have that thing that shows me the entire timer. Now I only see it after 5 seconds. Around 5 seconds, I guess.
I can't see my cast.
Oh, that's not
Goals. 3 goals. 1, 2, 3. Light. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance.
Out in. In. DPS first. Rolls. Three rolls. 1, 2, 3.
Observe.
Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Divas, take it home.
2,
Stop, keep on with dancing green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Left. Right. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. And right.
Let's finish with style. You're burning up the dance floor, baby.
Rolls.
On the dance floor.
Ready waves.
Star.
Spread. In. Oh, bodies, I mean.
In your body.
In your body, yes. Out in. In. Rolls. 2,
Pots are up right now.
1, 2, rolls.
But to lit and fall down. I have no idea what you mean that it starts here.
Mimic break.
Seems to be after the two.
1, 3.
Back to it, dancers.
North, south. Spread. Please don't hug. Color pairs.
Mom, I want to.
Too bad.
Ah.
DPS Cardinals.
Can I hug the frog?
Yes, you can hug the frog. Intercardinals for support. Rolls. 2 rolls. 1, 2. Second ensemble.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
1,
The night's reached a fever pitch!
2,
Eyes on dancing green!
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, forward right,
No tomorrow!
back, left, right, left, forward,
Hell.
back,
Getting him up.
Let's finish with style! Groovy moves! The crowd's loving it!
Piece of shit mechanic.
Yep.
You're up, dancers!
B, B, and change. Support waiting first. Middle not safe. Go outside.
Touch grass.
Touch green. Middle is safe for support. TPS awaiting. Please don't bait it to each other or, you know. A.
Right, pot should be up in 20 seconds.
Show us some electric
Thank you.
moves!
Bodies. In, then out. In,
Pots are up.
out. And spread. First celebrate.
Rupert, LB2.
Second celebrate.
Palm damage.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close! That was one hell of a party! Let's do it again sometime!
Rocks 2%.
1 and 5. 1 and 4.
1-4. Very nice first ball.
Yeah.
1
And now it's
and
back
heal
to
from
four.
here.
Right, I think if I didn't die there and we had a few less damage downs, because I noticed some people got.
Yeah,
like, at
I
least-
definitely got hit twice with damage down.
Yeah, I think S got hit twice as well. So
Still fucking tight. Like, fucking tighter than any other boss we have done as a group. But
My tea is done.
yeah, completely understand Rupert. I've had that feeling for a couple of days now.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Так, wipe it.
Yeah.
How did you die there?
I don't know. Autos, most likely. Oh, bleed. I had low HP.
Yeah, you're usually not dropping that low here, so I wasn't in time with my heals.
Yeah, the game decided that actually broken my mitigation is for stupid
That was-
people.
Was that in the middle of your burst, Rupert? Okay, I'll handle the LB2 there, because I wasn't.
Yeah, don't sacrifice your burst just for LB.
Well, I didn't know he was in that. I thought the Viper damage would have been more.
It's okay. I don't think it would have mattered 1.5% anyway.
It might have. We
It
never
might
know.
have. Yeah, Dragon Burst. Like, I don't.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
I mean, his controls of LB doesn't do anything, but okay.
Less on this level. Rolls. Three. 1, 2, 3.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these.
Light.
You're just getting started.
3.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to none. How will the
In, out. In, out. Out. Supports first. Thank you.
Wipe it.
Alright.
Is this the end?
Oh my character growth is a typical, innit?
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Light.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dancing green
Rolls.
pulling out all the stops of the expert. We're just getting
3.
started. Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will the
In, out. Out. DPS first, light. Closed. 3 light. 1, 2, 3. Prepared.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
The fever's taking over.
2,
Start keep up with dancing green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Dance like there's no
right,
tomorrow.
right,
Check.
left, right, left, right, left, and left.
Let's finish with
Did that go Rupert there, or?
No, no, you're fine.
Okay.
burning up the dance floor, baby.
What do you mean, his wife?
When he died.
No, he jumped into the stuff.
Ah,
I saw him backflip, light.
On the dance floor, everyone's
my thing was slightly off, so I was scared I killed him, but
It's fine. It's fine.
Buddies.
Ah, shit.
Can you bring the boss closer?
I fucked up.
Spread.
You sure did. Because I can't hit it from here.
Yeah, me neither.
Out in.
That's a first.
In. Light 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Pots were up.
One free. I mean, doing freak, I guess.
Let me just fish. There we go.
do it, dancers. Wow. Looks like someone isn't holding back.
East west. Buddies.
You dick.
Color pairs.
Bask in the spotlight and
DPS Cardinals. Support Center Cardinals. Light. He likes repeating his mechanics. 4 light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ensemble 2.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
1,
The night's reached a fever pitch!
2,
All eyes are on dancing green!
3, 4, ooh, 5,
That's 2 deaths.
6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, back right. Left forward. Right back. Left forward.
Let's finish with
I think we wiped this now, so? Or what do you
Yeah,
think?
well,
Yeah. Calling 2 out 2 at a time is it's a challenge.
Yeah.
do put the crowd to sleep.
Francis Fingertal is, you know, a challenge.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Daylight.
Yes.
Because we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 numbers already on the floor. Is it easier for you to just tell like which corner we need to be like, or like which quadrant we need to be in? Because then it's not like we need to know where to stand. It's like where do we need to move?
I mean, take a try, but it's annoying.
to
I
be
mean, if it's
honest,
annoying, you don't have to do
I
it.
don't even see the point to call out this mechanic. Like, it happens really fast and just, like, use your eyes. Literally use your eyes mechanic.
Or Frogtourage. No, Frogtourage. Ensemble 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There is also a delay, so this mechanic is kinda pointless to call out.
Are you ready to get down?
Right.
The
Look at that.
Armstrong's Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Rolls. 3. 1, 2, 3. Light.
Pulling out all the stops of these.
3.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3. I mean, I hope you usually ignore me, so...
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will the town
in, out. Ouch. Support first. Rolls. Four rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Left. Somebody is wrong. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left.
Because I was wrong, because it worked out correctly after.
Yes,
yeah, you were.
You were wrong.
Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it.
Rules.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Spread. Bodies. Out in. In. 4 rolls.
Pots are up now.
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 3.
Back to it, dancers.
North, south. Bodies. Color players. Support first, intercard involves, but you know how it goes.
I didn't know my god. Oh, I just wipe it.
Yeah, wipe it. We've had too many devs. Wipe it. I'm guessing the quarter stacks didn't work for Soph.
No, she
No.
fat fingered her dash.
Ah,
She teleported. Why do you even have that button?
I have the same button, I do the same thing.
Because it's very useful unless I accidentally dash myself into the wall.
Yeah.
But you accidentally dash yourself into the wall.
it's fine. It
I
doesn't
mean,
happen
did
so
I
much.
see us not dash into the wall the entire fucking time? Like, so
I don't know,
she did it
maybe
once.
she did.
It's fine. It happens to everyone. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Like, I would much rather she has it for the case she needs it than, like, not have it and then, like, not eat herself either.
It's fine. It happens. Let's go.
Game, can you please? Jesus, fucking have to press the button 8 times.
Rolls.
Oh.
2. 1, 2.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops for these days.
Light.
We're just getting started.
2.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2. Spotlights.
Is dat line break voor de mensen?
Burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How
Wat
will
je
the
dat
challenge
gezegd?
Out, in. In. White and support first.
Damn, I was in there. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you would it does.
2. White.
the challenger rises again? Can they
1, 2. Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
The fever's taken hold.
2,
Let's not keep up with dancing lead.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Buffs.
Dance
Right,
no tomorrow.
right, left, right, left, left, right, left.
Let's finish with style.
Good.
Burning up the dance floor, baby.
Light,
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
spread. Bodies. In and out, careful of the wave. Out.
This fucking game.
3 white.
Pots are up.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Use spots before limit breaking. As in, no,
No,
hit.
stop it.
Just hit normally until your pot is over.
Okay.
1, 3.
Back to it, dancers.
Does Pot not help with me?
No,
It doesn't.
Interesting.
Nothing does.
only
Looks like
level item
North, south,
of the group.
and spread.
Wipe it.
too much for the challenger.
Too many deaths.
That's why I'm always asking to limit break the one with some debuff or damage down. Because limit break scales only from average item level of the group. Which means
Yeah.
it's actually more beneficial that person with lesser damage does it instead of person with higher damage at the moment.
Well, what were you
Give
asking?
me, yeah, give me like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Be right back. Break.
Yeah, Tammy, I will have to delay my pot.
Okay.
It's a mess. To try and leave it with the burst, so I'm gonna delay my burst to go with pot.
Okay. At least you tried. That's all I could ask.
It's just that one little second that I actually need.
Yeah,
for
it's fine.
using the
It's
pot,
fine.
so.
As long as you don't get damage, downs, and deaths, do whatever you gotta do.
It's just the in-outs and every other fucking thing that comes in that I need to move, because like it's the 1 second I actually need to finish all the other casts, so I can just burst, but I cannot pot and burst.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But I'm getting better at getting more bursts, so
I was just trying to eke out as much damage from people as I could.
the starting muse is just it's the annoying part because it's place it on the ground. So that is my burst, and if I then have to move, I lose everything from that burst.
It's fine. It's fine.
Technically, I could say I have a 1 second animation lock because if I move, my cast stops. But no, I went over like 4 or 5 different POVs and picked the manses that cleared them. It's basically all it came down to. What I saw was I need to just start these more often. This is true. Apparently, even if I don't get the entire burst, I get at least a star cast off, and that is also like a huge chunk of damage. So.
Right, I'm back. Never really think I'm fucking crazy, but that's okay.
What were you asking, Elf?
About what?
In principle, you were asking, I think, about dashes or something.
I'm back.
No?
Welcome
I
back.
don't think so. At least don't remember.
Yeah, you were asking about those things.
Oh, those things, yeah.
that's
I said
basically-
like, are those like the pool break?
That's
Basically.
yeah, it's basically
Yeah.
the same new pool.
Okay.
Nope, I don't have to. It's about breaking soft
A&D.
callouts.
Yeah.
So it's not just
Makes
a
sense.
constant screaming.
Are you ready to get
It's more of a, so it's not like, you know,
the upstart?
getting confused by a callout once there was something. Girls! Two. 1, 2.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops of these.
Wait.
We're just getting started.
3.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn.
Visit your local spotlight today.
Invitation to dance. How will
In the note, It's out. Light. And PSA first. Two light. 1, 2. The game was like, hey, I'm gonna explode square right when you are standing on it, but hashtag server stick. Ensemble!
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Viva, take it home.
2,
Stop, keep on with dancing, baby.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, left,
Like there's no tomorrow.
right, left, left, right, left, left, right. Sam?
I got baited by Rupert.
It happens.
I guess that was payback for you killing him in the last ball.
The crowd's loving it.
Rules.
Rupert, I heard you say something, but your microphone's muted, so...
I untargeted the boss and panicked.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
Luckily I didn't get hit, but yeah, I got something.
Buddies.
So long this pot just doesn't mind.
Out and in.
Yeah, I fucked it up.
3 rolls.
Pots are up.
1, 2, 3. One free.
Back to it, dancers.
North south. Buddies. Color quadrants. Support cardinals. DPS inter cardinals. Light. 4 light. 1, 2, 3, 4. So far trying to play Bobby's you.
I know the game, but I didn't get the joke.
The ABMB in the chat.
Ah,
Ensemble.
maybe.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again.
1, 2,
All eyes are on dancing green.
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Rupert, you were very slow there.
Left, forward.
Yeah, I was jumping.
1, 2. Back, forward, left, right, back.
Up.
I thought we weren't gonna call that mechanic out.
I can stop.
Please do. It confuses the fuck out of people.
I went the cross wrong.
Put the crowd to sleep?
And being rezzed in the middle as well is really disorientating. So that didn't help.
I mean, you can raise with accepting the rest, so absolutely yes.
That's a lack of DPS. I will not do that, sir.
I mean, using limit quickly before resting is also downtown.
A. Dish. Support abating first. Middle is safe for DPS. A and C for touching the grass.
Damn it.
C, closer to frame.
That's bullshit. I was across the line.
So, do you want to wipe already, or?
No, might as well see it through to the end.
Расстраиваем.
Some electrifying
Thank you.
moves.
Buddies. In and out. In. Out. And spread. Celebrate one.
Third pot should be up if you used it.
Yeah, I just did this for my odd minute, which kind of helps.
Celebrate two.
Saying 4.2.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close.
Was.
That was one hell of a party.
3 and 4 probably.
3,
3 and 2.
1% more than a free alert.
Okay, let's try to not call out second dancing
Only
frog
only
ensemble.
that one mechanic, everything else is fine. I had to put a pot on this bar so I can see the time clearly. Grade, what were we using? Grade 3?
So I'll say this just now then. If I get hit there, don't heal me just yet. Like, normally heal is fine, but don't be an enemy, because like, I will probably die there.
Where?
Ensemble 2.
Okay, don't heal me because I'll almost certainly die.
Both of you to assume I'm healing anybody there.
Are you ready to get down?
I don't know, I sometimes get random heals from you, and if I get it, I'll start. Don't do that, because it's definitely a waste there, for sure.
I mean, she's too busy dodging for her life, so...
It can be a size, it can be like flower, it can be everything.
Yeah, that's true.
But I
Rolls. Three. 1, 2, 3. Light.
That all the stops at Easter. We're just getting
Four.
started. Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3, 4. Spotlight.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to done. How will the
Emote. Out support will be first. Rolls. She's certainly Baba.
Баба-баба.
2 rolls. 1, 2 rolls, careful.
We're Gucci.
For now.
I mean, I have already had the damage down.
Jesus, count.
Your
Yeah,
damage is not ongoing.
I certainly hope not. If she's at 0.1, I'll blame you then. She said it to me already.
Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Fever, take it home.
2,
Stop, keep up with dancing Reed.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left.
Like there's no tomorrow.
Right. Left. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Sam.
The fuck?
Let's finish with style.
Let's not do any callouts doing that.
I didn't bait him that time.
I didn't either.
Куда ты пошел? I mean, switch to Russian.
Right.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Baddies.
Oh my god.
Spread. Out in. In. 3 light.
Odds are up.
1, 2, 3.
I was not paying attention to the plot, as you can tell. I was kind of back.
That's why I called it out.
1, 3.
Then is our odd color.
I mean, it's, not to sugarcoat it, not to sugarcoat it, but someone fucking needs to be.
True, true. Just a fun word.
East west. Baddies. Color pairs. DPS under Cardinals.
Mechanics sucks. Donkey Wang.
Cardinals for support.
just saw Queen jumping.
4 rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ensemble 2.
Dancers, take it away!
Let me get my jumps out of the way before it starts.
Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, do not call it
9.
out. Use your eyes.
Like there's no tomorrow!
I moved a tad
Okay,
too early on
not
that.
perfect, but nobody is dead. Good, good.
That is better results.
Groovy moves! The crowd's loving it! You're up, dancers!
B. C.
Easy.
Oh, it was
Oh,
D. No.
oh, that's fucked us.
This is why I got it up.
Support.
Rise again!
Middle is safe. 40 PS. A and C.
Starts right as that happens. That is
A closer to D.
Show us some
Funky.
electrifying moves!
Spread. In, out. Out. And it will be bodies. Bodies. From. First. What's up?
We're gonna need them.
Second.
I don't think we'll do it, but just burn him down.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close! That was one hell of a party! Let's do it again sometime!
2.
1.9.
1.
The damage down was nasty!
I got
Nasty!
one damage
If
down.
the Lilith's call out wasn't there wrong, I think
It's fine. I mean,
No, no,
maybe
it's 100% it's
that
fine.
it
Like,
happens, yeah, but this one was
fine, it was
nasty.
if that went differently, then it would have been awesome. It's all good. Alright, guys, I'm gonna put something online. I will give everyone on Fantasia if we play today.
Now we won't.
You just cursed it.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? Like,
Stop running, cat.
Okay, lock
Someone
on.
give
I
you that
want this
Fantasia.
Fantasia.
Hello. Thanks.
If you're gonna do a bet, do a real bet. Like, give everybody like the equivalent of £10.
Yeah, Fantasia's at half that.
What
So give
am I
him two
even
then,
She is like two
gonna...
first thoughts.
And give them
What
2
am I-
Fantasias then.
No, why? Greedy little bastard.
Oh, go big or go home.
It's Tammy.
But he's home.
Double
Yeah,
or nothing.
Right.
Alright, Tommy, I'll give you 2 Fantasias, but if we don't clear, you have to give me 1.
2.
Nah, I'm not agreeing to that.
1, 2.
Oh, fuck, this wipe.
Hail.
Well,
This wipe.
Wipe it, wipe
guess
it,
you
wipe
really
it,
want
wipe it.
And that's the reason why.
Yeah. I mean, he jinxed it and he's also, you know,
Now he's
throwing
going to
it.
sabotage it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
guys, let's reset the.
I definitely want to be here for
Yeah.
another 3 days. Yes, I don't have anything better to do.
Apparently not, since you're sabotaging.
Alright, repair your gear, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, I need to restock on pots.
I just scream into my pillow.
That's awesome.
I did that the last break.
Go on and Rupert will hear you.
I was joking.
Go yell into your dog.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yell at the dog. The dog's done nothing.
Yeah,
In the dog, not at
dog's
the
deaf
dog.
anyway, but so I wouldn't hear it.
It's a swing one. How can you yell in it?
Not yell, not yell in it.
Just gonna eat my
Doesn't
sandwich.
matter. Such a sweet one.
That's why you yell
No,
in it.
you don't yell into a sweet bun. You eat.
Why would you eat a dog?
Because
Pet
it's a
it.
sweet bun.
Pet it.
Aren't you allergic?
I have no idea if I'm allergic to dogs, by the way.
Hmm. Well, probably.
Can't be allergic to a picture.
I swear I've shown people in the past, but there you go.
Why do I now have a mental image of just Rupert holding a pigeon to its mouth and yelling into it?
A pigeon? Oh, a picture.
Pet pet.
Also, Tammy, you will be happy to
Oh.
that I did manage to squeeze in thirds.
You did speak in a third, okay.
All that turd.
It's a little bit tricky, but it's doable.
Give us dog. Give us dog.
There's my gift to unwind, Soph, right there.
Even this one.
Yeah, that one.
Here?
Favorite that. Oh, hang on, where is it? Where is it?
Are you ready to get down?
Let's get down to business.
Starts the cruiserweight campaign. Begin.
To defeat this asshole.
Will we finally clear this
House.
wipe? My ass.
2. 1, 2. House.
Dancing green is pulling out all the
Light.
We're just getting
2.
started. Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2. Spotlight. DPS will be first.
Burn, baby, burn. An invitation to none. How will
In out. Light. Two. Light. 1, 2. Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Divas, take it home.
2,
Stop, keep up with dancing green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dance like there's no
Right.
tomorrow.
Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left. Good.
Let's finish with style. You're burning up the dance floor, baby.
Light.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Someone bugged you.
It's not close
Bodies.
enough.
Spread.
Fair.
Yeah, I was just shooting that.
Scared the shit out of me.
In and out, careful of the wave. Out. Light. 4.
Pots are up.
1, 2, 3, 4. Spend your pot and then will be.
Yep.
Run 3.
Ёбушки, воробушки. That was a double pain.
Back to it, dancers.
Just also double my shield zone. If you want to do damage. Okay, then. We survive.
Looks like someone is holding that.
East west. Bodies. Color pairs. Support Cardinals. DPS Center Cardinals. Thanks. 4 rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ensemble 2 incoming.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dance like there's no tomorrow!
Okay, good job. All DPS alive and no damage down. That's very good.
Good job, everyone. Fuck me.
It's fine. You kept them alive until this point.
A. A.
1.
And 1-ish. Okay, support waiting. Middle is safe.
Guys.
Oh, guys, come on.
Middle not safe.
You killed me instead of me, you. Okay.
Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong side. I'm dead. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm
Town's
alive.
alive. Just keep Town alive. I've been dead for the last minute.
A1-ish.
Okay, 10 seconds you can lay there. No, we actually will need you for pairs. Shit!
Show us some electrifying moves!
Spread!
Spread.
Ow! Out! Out!
It happened already.
It happened already. Yeah. And then in.
Fuck.
Buddies incoming. Buddies.
Yeah. I hope he's alive.
Oh, why is it
Right, I guess. It's.
hot?
Yep.
Why is it right at the fucking end?
I'm too busy distracted what Rudolph's doing.
Don't worry about me. Do what you need to do.
Rupert, limit break.
It's in the middle of my burst.
Should have saved somewhat, okay.
Oh no, we're dead.
Yeah. Well, then just fucking died there. We're fine.
That was one hell of a party!
2, 5? 3, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that one. Fucking died 4 times in a row.
Repair check.
Should have done that before the countdown timer.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Right. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops of these.
Rolls.
We're just getting
3.
started. Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance.
Supports will be first. In, out. Out. Rolls. Three rolls. 1, 2, 3 rolls. Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Levi, take it home. Can
2,
the Upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
3, 4, 5, 6,
Should we just wipe it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch it.
S is dead, so.
Dance like there's no tomorrow. Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
white. Two. 1, 2.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the
Rolls.
We're just getting started.
2.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to done. How will the challenge
Out in. DPS will be first. In. Rules. I mean,
The fuck? Which one?
You-
Which side were we?
see, free.
Oh, we were the backside.
Yeah, you started at 3 and decided to go to 2 for no reason.
I'm getting so fucking angry.
You're not the only one, don't worry. And I'm not letting anger people, I'm getting anger little boss.
Repair check. Sanity check, food check, you know.
Food is actually
Wait.
good call, but mine
Who can
ran
repair
out.
my sanity, guys?
I mean, I could try, but after the fucking raid. I don't think it's really that easy though.
There's only 2 ways to repair sanity. This bitch dies or we walk away from it.
cruiserweight campaign?
For a nice cool bar.
Yeah, I threw my head under the water tap. And on its way.
I'm doing after this.
Yeah.
It's past midnight, so sleep, I guess.
Sleep would help too. Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, focus up.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Dancing green is pulling out all.
Rolls.
We're just getting started.
2.
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to done. How will the challenge
Out in. DPS will be first. In. Right.
Oh, fuck off!
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Why am I struggling on this now?
Because your brain is right after doing this for 1.5 hours.
Oh no, that was too much!
It's completely normal.
That was really good for like the first few balls. Like I played perfectly, didn't get hit, and now it's just falling apart.
Yeah. It's okay. So we do 2 more pools?
Sure.
Or do we want to do more?
I'll see what I feel after these 2 pools.
Fair enough.
Are you ready to get down? The upstart's cruiserweight
Oh, fuck.
campaign begins.
Please. Thank you. Rolls.
Keep up with the rhythm.
2. 1, 2.
Dancing green is pulling out
Right.
all the stops of each step.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spotlights. TPS will be first. Out in. In. Light. Two light. 1, 2. Ensemble.
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
The fever's taking hold.
2,
Stop keep up with dancing green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right.
There's no tomorrow.
Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left.
I can't see the fucking line with the fucking.
Not bad, but I reckon you got more in you.
Rules.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Spread. Wedges. Ins and out, careful of the wave. Four rolls.
Pods are up.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I have some funny news.
You ran out of pods.
Yeah, I ran out of pots. I was wondering why it was greyed out.
One, 3.
Back to it, dancers.
North, south. Spread. Color pairs. TPS Cardinals. Support Center Cardinals. Rules.
We're just
4 rolls. Rolls. Hog. Hog. Please. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Finish it off.
How the fuck did you not get snapshotted there, Hawk?
Yeah, how did you not get Hawk, but Rivnod did?
You.
It's crazy.
Whatever.
I don't know.
Ensemble.
It's fine, I would rather take the film for the damage down and see what...
Trash.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's the most fucking bullshit ever.
Let's finish with style. Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it. You're up, dancers.
C. Then B. Then switch.
Что?
So I don't know. Supports baiting first. Go outside.
Bastard.
Middle is safe for support. TPS abaiting. Please. A, so 1. Funky floor.
Show us some electrifying moves.
Spread. Out in. In. And it will be bodies. Bodies. Celebrate 1. Celebrate 2. What's up?
Let's bring the night to a scorching cold.
Region coming. It's either clear or extremely close.
Extremely close.
That was one hell of a party. Let's do it again sometime.
1% exactly.
Boo, 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 boo.
Bro, I got clipped by like whatever like Hawk like didn't get hit by and I got clipped twice during the ensemble by
Wow.
absolute
Bots.
no fucking reason.
We are going out for bots.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got
Like
dosed out right
that
at the end
ensemble was
because
so fucked. It's like I was just not anywhere close near anything that I wouldn't get hit by, and it just fucking hit me 3 times, 2 times. It's absolutely fucking bullshit.
Does Tammy have? No, you don't use Strength Force, do you?
I do not know.
To the market board.
Fucking hate that. Dus dat would have, of not would have, but might have been the 1%.
Well, me getting damage down right at the end didn't help.
I mean, sure, but
What the fuck are they under? Medicine. Yes.
you don't just type the name.
Fucking hell, I only need like 20. Right, ready.
Survey area. Skip this cutscene. Click accept.
Food check, repair check, pod check, sanity check.
Sanity missing. Sanity is for the week. Less than a week.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Rolls.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dancing Green is pulling out
White.
stop for these. We're just getting
4.
started. Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3, 4. Elf. Spotlights.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn. An invitation to dance. How will
In out. SPS will be first. Rolls. Four rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ensemble 1 after Tank Masters.
you're up, dancers? Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
Divas take it home.
2,
Stop keep up with Dancing Green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Dance like there's no tomorrow. Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
light,
Keep up with the rhythm.
2, 1, 2, rolls,
Green is pulling out all the stops of these. We're just getting started.
4,
Keep grooving, baby.
1, 2, 3, 4, spotlights,
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn.
DPS will be first,
An invitation to dance. How will the
in, out, out, light, two light, 1, 2,
And so,
not having TBM, this sucks. Ensemble,
Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
1,
The fever's taking hold.
2,
Start keep up with Dancing Green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Debuffed.
right,
There's no tomorrow.
right, left, right, left, right, left, and left.
Sam fucked up.
I guess I was too fast through, but
And
He's dead.
Ow.
Bleed. Bleed killed you.
Bleed and explosion. Light,
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
spread, Bodies. Out and in. In. Light.
Show me your moves.
4.
Pods are up.
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 3.
Back to it, dancers.
East, west. Bodies. South.
What?
Color pairs.
Bask in the spotlight.
TPS cardinals.
Baby, burn.
Support center cardinals. Rolls.
We're just getting started.
3 rolls.
Moving, baby.
1, 2, 3.
Dancers.
Second ensemble.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again.
1,
The night's reached the feet of it.
2,
All eyes on a dancing green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dance like there's no tomorrow. Let's finish with style. Groovy moves. The crowd's loving it. You're up, dancers.
C, A, 1, 2, support debating first. Middle is safe for DPS. A and C. C3. Funky floor.
Show us some electrifying moves.
Bodies. Ins and out. Out. And spread. Pots.
Oh fuck! God damn it!
First. Second.
Can they turn this around?
Please don't tell me that wasted your pots.
It did. I popped it.
Let's bring the night to a scorching close.
It's gonna be 2 again.
No.
That was one hell of a party. Let's do it again sometime.
1-5.
That is so fucking my fault. Oh Jesus, my fucking brain was just like, oh yeah, fucking split already happened. So like, I need to move in now.
Yeah,
Oh,
guys. Good night. Good
fucking
night.
hell.
See you Saturday.
Good night.
Yes. Bye.
Good night.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, a little bit too much disappointed today. I'm just gonna call it here. Have a great rest of your night. See y'all. Bye.